10. 5.
Good morning and welcome to the Wednesday, May 19th, 2021 Board of County Commission meeting. I'm Akeem Ashford, Director of Strategic Communications. Join Commissioners next Tuesday, May 25th at 1 p.m. for the Sedgwick County Fire Department Station 31 ribbon cutting ceremony. The address is 6331 North 24th Street West in Andale. We're also excited to announce the opening of the Sedgwick County Zoo main entrance project. Leaders will hold a ribbon cutting next Thursday, May 27th at 10 a.m. and the space will be open until 5 that afternoon. Chairman and Commissioners, taking a look at today's agenda, you'll adopt a proclamation declaring National Public Works Week. Under appointments, you'll accept a resignation and several appointments to advisory boards. Under new business, you'll consider several zone changes. A resolution establishing a Citizens Advisory Board in the 1st District. A resolution to rescind the local health order. And Lindsay Poe-Rousseau will present an update on the COVID-19 fiscal response, followed by a report from the Boards of Bids and Contracts. Chairman, with that, I'll turn the meeting over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Akeem, and welcome everybody to the, again, as you said, the Wednesday, May 19th, Sedgwick County Commissioners. I'd also note that there's a guest in the room, Councilwoman Becky Tuttle. She represents District 2, quite an upgrade from the previous council member representation. Thanks, Becky. Welcome to the meeting. Okay, with that, I'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation, to be observed by a moment of silence. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Roll call. Commissioner Lopez?
Present.
Commissioner Dennis?
Present.
Commissioner Howell?
Present.
Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
Commissioners, we did not receive any emails, so no electronic emails, but we do have a person signed up for public comment. Are we ready for that? Tom? Bear with us, we will... Councilmember Tuttle, are you here to address us on anything?
I was just going to come in because I'm interested in masking.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Stout is not on the phone. He's not answering his phone.
Okay. Everybody else that signed up to address us on public comment, I think, is related to a zoning case on item H. So,
That's correct.
all right. So, with that, we will. We have no public comment on the agenda, so we will close that item. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, regular meeting minutes of May 5th, 2021.
Commissioners, you have you received a copy of the May 5th minutes. Are there any corrections or additions? I don't see any. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of May 5th.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Commissioner Howell.
I just wanted to let you know that Bill Stout just texted me, and he has a different number than what's on the sheet. So I'd like to go back to that item at some point and give him a chance to speak.
Okay. Well, we'll motion and a second to approve the minutes, and then we'll go back to public agenda. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item, please. Or we'll go back to public agenda.
We'll have to open the call again. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Is he calling the phone?
Just the first digit on the prefix was in street six. Followed
Okay, do we have him on the line?
It's just what the
6500699.
Bill, are you there?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Stout, welcome to the commission meeting. You can address the commission under the public agenda item, and you have up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, obviously, my name is William Stout. I live in West Wichita at near 13th and Mays. Let me say I'm disappointed this morning once again because I've been delegated to speak to you remotely rather than in person. And of course, then we had the logistical error. With that said, on Friday, May the 7th, I sent all of you an email about the experience I endured at the old Wichita Public Library while attempting to get my second COVID vaccination. Some bullet points for the record. The handicap parking was barricaded and closed. I had an appointment. It was not honored. I was instructed to wear a mask while outdoors in public. And there were signs that were still on the door that I informed you all of before, stating that no videos or photos were permitted. Here's the problem. This is a public building. The Supreme Court has already ruled that no such order can be enforced. And the Department of Homeland Security released memos not once, but 3 times since 2004 to remind all levels of government that the public has the absolute First Amendment right to photograph, record, or film in any public building, in lobbies, foyers, hallways, and any space that's open to the public. Next, there was a security guard there in uniform with a plastic badge. He never identified himself, but he did claim 3 times to be a law enforcement officer. That's a felony. And he said he would detain me, although he had no ability to state any reasonable articulable suspicion of any crime. He told me it was against the law to take pictures of people without their permission. False. There's no expectation of privacy in public. He also told me I was in violation of HIPAA. False. A private citizen cannot violate HIPAA. Then there was a nice health department worker by the name of Christopher Robinson wearing a badge that said Deputy Crocs. He instructed the nurse not to administer my vaccine. And then he took my driver's license from her without my consent and read my name and date of birth aloud in the room on an unsecured cell phone to 911 while not reporting me for any crime. However, he committed one, a violation of HIPAA. And see, all this occurred only because I had the nerve to exercise my rights and take pictures in a public building, a constitutionally protected activity. It should be noted I was never asked to leave. In fact, I was asked if I was willing to leave. That's different. Later, after sending you the email, I spoke to Cindy Pollard at the health department. She couldn't believe this and told me she would have Adrian contact me. That was on 5/10, Monday. Never heard back. I left several messages to find out why no one had returned my call. And then finally, on Friday, 5/14 at 2:29 p.m., I received an email from Adrian, and part of it reads as this. I understand you've contacted the health department wanting to know if you can get your second dose of Pfizer. And you are welcome to come for your second dose as long as you respect our request of no recording or picture taking. If you do, you'll be asked to leave again. Well, see, the key word here is request. There's no law that prevents taking photos or video in public. In fact, it's quite the contrary. And I explained this to her and even articulated the crimes that were committed, the same ones I just told you about. And then asked her on what legal authority they would ask me to leave. Oddly, I never received a response. See, this is my problem. How can it be that our officials, our public servants, our government, don't seem to understand the limits and authority and the confines of the law? How can it be that those who are duty-bound seem so eager to violate our rights and give unlawful orders? I truly hope that you, our elected representatives, will do the right thing. As someone who grew up in a public service family, as someone who served with the Sheriff's Department in Sedgwick County, It brings me no joy to bring this to your attention, but worse, it troubles my heart to ask if I should file a lawsuit, as my rights have been violated and I'm the victim of a crime. On a final note, I highly recommend that all of you review Chapter 65 of the Kansas Statutes Annotated, as the county has been in violation of the chapter for over a year now and seems to continue to want to rack up violations.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Stout for bringing this to our attention. I don't have a way to process all that quickly today, obviously, but I will certainly be digging into this and finding out that we're doing things legally and with respect to the First Amendment, obviously. So I'll take his complaint and his concerns very seriously, and I hope that if we've done something wrong, we would certainly remedy that immediately. So thank you, Chairman, for a chance to speak. And if this is the only one, I would be glad to make a motion to receive and file these comments.
Okay. I'll second that. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stout. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Proclamations. Item B, proclamation declaring National Public Works Week.
Oh, yes. We have a proclamation. Commissioners, we do have a proclamation. I'll read on our behalf. Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, highways, bridges, drainage improvements, environmental services, household hazardous waste, and noxious weed control. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is especially dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works professionals. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is substantially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. So now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Chairman Pete Meitzner, and the Board of Sedgwick County Commissioners do hereby proclaim May 16th through the 22nd as National Public Works Week in Sedgwick County, and I call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to the health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Today, May 19th, 2021. And here to receive the proclamation is Jim Weber.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Weber, your Director of Public Works.
Motion to approve.
We're going to do it. All right, we'll do a motion. There's a
Thank
motion
you.
to approve and a second. So I'm sorry about that. Got ahead of myself.
He was excited to see you, Jim.
So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye.
I may have been overly excited to be here as well.
I know.
So.
Aye. Thank you, Jim, for being here.
So since 1960, the American Public Works Association has sponsored National Public Works Week. More than 30,000 members in the United States and Canada use this week to energize and educate the public on the importance of the contribution of public works to their daily lives in planning, building, managing, and operating the heart of our local communities and building their quality of life. APWA has chosen Stronger Together. This is this year's poster here to my left, your right, as the theme for the 2021 National Public Works Week. Public Works helps maintain a community's strength by providing infrastructure and services. Public Works professionals provide needed collaboration with a wide variety of stakeholders in capital projects, infrastructure solutions, and quality of life services. I'd like to note, and this got put together before Councilwoman Tuttle showed up, so there are 130 Public Works professionals working for Sedgwick County. The city of Wichita has over 800. If you take into consideration KDOT, the townships, and the other 20 cities in the county, I'm estimating there are about 1,500 public works professionals that are living and working here in the county. And so on behalf of all those people, we thank you for your proclamation.
Jim, thanks again for all you do. Appreciate it. Your staff is much appreciated, and you're an integral part of our operations as a county government. So thank you for your comments. Any other comments from the commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you personally. As a resident of Sedgwick County, I'm very impressed with Sedgwick County infrastructure, and I know someone's responsible for that, and I credit you and your people for doing a tremendous job. And I'm pleased with what we do. I think we set the standard for other counties. I'm very, very proud of what Sedgwick County does, keeping up with the seems like endless problems, but you somehow manage it. And I wanted to say thank you. It's obviously a job well done, and your people are fantastic. And the work that they do is second to none. So I have to say thank you personally for all you do, and especially each one of your employees is just absolutely tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just note that I count the 5 of you as part of the public works professionals. You're making decisions for us every day. You're very involved in the process, and you know what's going on.
And Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Jim, thank you very much for being here and representing your staff and all of the professionals. We appreciate what you do. And it's more behind the scenes that people don't recognize every day. We drive in the county on over 600 miles of roads, over 600 bridges. People don't recognize that every single day. The only time they recognize it is if there's a problem. And as soon as there's a problem, you're one of the very open to getting out and assessing whatever the problem is and taking care of it immediately. So we appreciate what you do. Not only that, a lot of people don't recognize that you run weed control, noxious waste, a number of other programs that are happening throughout our county. And we thank you very much, and all of the professionals that take care of us each and every day that are kind of behind the scenes, and it's kind of nice to recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Well, coming into this role, I had no idea that your department would be the department I've really been working with the most so far. So I want to just thank you for always being extremely responsive. And if I have a question from a constituent that I really just can't answer, you and your team have just been so good at getting back to them and then explaining it to me so I don't have to come to you every time, and just getting a better understanding. And I never realized I would learn so much about water tables and everything that goes into that, but I just want to thank you and tell you how much, at least I appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And Jim, also, thanks for, I know over the course of the years, you've worked closely with Gary Jansen at the city on mutual projects, and also, as you mentioned, with the townships, providing them guidance and cooperation. So your approach to the entire community and the teamwork is so noted, and with your team and yourself personally. So thank you for all you do. So congratulations on this.
Thank you. It is the team. It's not really me. It's the team. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Appointments. Item C, accept the resignation of Patrick Lockwood from the District 5 Citizens Advisory Board.
Mr. Papoon, before that, I also want to note, I think Councilman Jared Sorello's in the office. Are you in the building? There he is. Okay. So I recognize you. Sorry I didn't see you earlier. So thank you. You're welcome. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Papoon. Yep.
Yeah, Mike Papoon, County Councilor. This first item is a resignation from Commissioner Howell, Citizens Advisory Board. It's a resignation of Mr. Patrick Lockwood. As you can see in your backup, he has some time and family constraints that are going to prevent him from continuing on this board, and ask that you approve his resignation.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to Pat Lockwood. We've only had 3 meetings so far in Cab 5. They've been very good meetings, and I've really enjoyed getting to know these folks. The subject matter has been tremendous, I think. Pat wants to be there desperately, but he has a lot of personal and work conflicts that just makes it so impossible for him to attend these meetings. And so I appreciate him, recognizing that and stepping down today. And just let you all know, again, I'm doing my very best to create intentional diversity on this board. He represents, if you will, the south part of my district, as well as an aviation perspective. And so I am looking for someone to replace him. I do have a couple of folks that have stepped up so far that I'm interviewing this week, and I plan to have an appointment, hopefully recommendation, maybe at next week's meeting. So That's all I have for now, but I want to say I do thank you, Pat, and I do want to make a motion we'd accept the resignation.
I'll second that. No other comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item D, resolution reappointing David Pracht to the Wichita-Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board.
Mr. Papoon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mike Papoon, County Councilor. Items D and E can be taken together if it's pleasure of the board. They're both appointments, or reappointments actually, to the Wichita-Sedgwick County Access Advisory Board. Chairman Meitzner is recommending the reappointment of David Pracht, and Commissioner Lopez is recommending the reappointment of Susan Turnus. This is a board, again, a joint board we have with the City of Wichita that reviews ADA and accommodation issues throughout our community, and ask that you approve these two resolutions.
Okay, thank you. This is, again, another important board, and I appreciate David wanting to be reappointed, and Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Yes, so Susie actually just started on this board because we had a resignation right before their term was out, so she is going to continue. I worked with Susie at Ascension for years, and she is an incredible woman who really cares about everything that this board stands for. She's an audiologist, and I'm so thankful that she was wanting to step up and be on this board, so just want to thank her for continuing her service. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve David and Susan to this board appointment. And you'll second? Okay. No other comments? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz? Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
New business, item F, public hearing to consider the petition from landowner Nathan and Ruth Helton for the inclusion of their property within the boundaries of the Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1.
Okay. Mr. Papoon.
Yes, Mike Papoon again, County Councilor. We'll get this map pulled up here and, okay, there we go. Yes, Commissioners, this item is brought on petition of Nathan and Ruth Helton. By state statute, the fire district may be altered by including new land upon a petition by particular landowners. In this case, Nathan and Ruth Helton from Grand River Township have petitioned the BOCC to be included in the district. Their property is the yellow property that's just northwest of, what is that? The Garden Plain there. And they're just out, you can see the red area there is the fire district, so they're just outside of the fire district at this point. But because their property is within the fringe area of the city of Garden Plain, we had to go through some notice requirements pursuant to KSA 19270B, and so we have published the notice of this petition in the official county newspaper, notice of a public hearing, which is happening today. At this public hearing, you will have the opportunity to hear testimony from City of Garden Plain, any other township, City of Cheney, any other jurisdiction that might be affected by this change. So the procedure, Mr. Chairman, is to open the public hearing, accept comments, close the public hearing, and then adopt the resolution.
Okay, any questions right now from the commission? I don't see any, so at this time we'll open the meeting up for public comment. Anybody from the public want to address on this issue? I don't see any, don't hear any, so we will close the public comment, bring it back to the bench. Any other questions or comments?
I will say, Mr. Chairman, that the things that you consider by statute, and again, these are fairly routine items. Obviously, if it's a much larger area with multiple landowners, we might have a different situation or a situation that would really affect a city or township. But you still have to consider the size and population of the cities of Garden Plain and Cheney, the growth in population, business, and industry of said cities, the extension of said cities' boundaries during the past 10 years, the possibility of growth of these cities, the willingness of these cities to annex these respective territories, the general effect upon the entire affected community, and any other considerations having to do with the overall orderly and economic development of this area. But again, both this couple, Mr. and Mrs. Helton, have asked to be included in in the fire district, and we ask that you approve the resolution, taking into consideration those considerations.
Okay, and thanks for sharing that background information as well. Commissioner Dennis?
Well, thank you, Mr. Papoon. Thank you, Chairman. Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 is a professional fire district that we're very proud of. We do have a fire station just outside of Garden Plain. We've got another one in Goddard that can service this property. I feel certain that they will be very well served by having a professional fire department such as Fire District Number 1. Therefore, I move that we adopt the resolution and instruct the county clerk to publish the same into law. Thank you.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other comments? I don't see any, so Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz. Chairman Meitzner.
Aye, motion carries. Congratulations to them. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item G, ZON 2021-00010, zone change from RR Rural Residential to SF20 Single Family Residential associated with subdivision case sub 2021-00006, EC 11th edition, generally located at the southeast corner of North 183rd Street West and West 4th Street North.
Okay. We got item G, and we have Mr. Scott Wadle to join us. Good morning, Scott. Welcome.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Let me see if I can get the right PowerPoint going here. Is there a mouse or? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Here we go. All right. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to present. This case is for a rezoning from rural residential to SF20. It is being presented as a non-consent item because protests were submitted for the rezoning application. The property is platted and is 1.88 acres in size. The rural residential zoning requires a minimum lot size of 2 acres, hence the rezoning request. The minimum lot size in SF20 is 20,000 square feet, or slightly less than half an acre. Properties to the west of the site are zoned rural residential and in agricultural use, as you can see on this graphic. Properties to the north, south, and east are zoned rural residential and are developed as single-family homes. 4th Street and 183rd Street are gravel arterial streets. The property is also located within the Rural Water District Number 4, and the property would develop with on-site sewage. The property is within the Goddard area of influence. The City of Goddard Planning Commission did not hear the case as they had previously reviewed the plat for the property. On April 8th, 2021, the public hearing for this case was held at the MAPC. The Planning Commission recommended approval 8-0. 2 protests were received in opposition to the rezoning request. They represent less than 2% of the protest area. The recommended action is to adopt the findings of the MAPC and to authorize the chairman to sign the resolution. This would require a simple majority of 3 of 5 votes. Alternatives include the following: deny the application, make alternative findings, and override the MAPC, which would require 4 of 5 votes, or return the case to the MAPC with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny the case. Again, this requires only a simple majority, 3 of 5 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some of the graphics and photos that we have. So here's the aerial of the site. You can see it located right there at the southeast corner of the intersection. Here's the zoning map. So all of the area is zoned rural residential. Here is the map from the comprehensive plan, and it's showing that it's in the urban growth area for Goddard. This is the protest map, showing that less than 2% of the protest area submitted protests. You can see that in the red right here. Here are photos from the area. There's the subject site with the development sign. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions? I don't see any. I believe this is Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I know this area very well. It's about 4 miles straight west of where I live, actually. And I don't see any reason that we wouldn't rezone this, so I move the board takes recommended action and rezone.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other questions? I don't see any. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Thank you, Scott, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item H, Zone 2020-00053, zone change from RR Rural Residential to GC General Commercial, generally located on the southwest corner of East 63rd Street South and South Hydraulic Avenue.
Okay, welcome back, Scott.
Good morning again. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. This case is a request for a rezoning from rural residential to GC General Commercial. It is being presented as a non-consent item because protests were submitted for the rezoning application. However, I have an update for this one and an apology that I owe to you. The Planning Department, we had an error on the protest map, and I'll show this to you here. What happened is that a typo by planning staff when we were entering the data into the GIS system failed to account for a protest that we had received both on time and it was a valid protest. Hydraulic, which you can see on the map here. Properties to the north are located in the city of Wichita. They're zoned GC, commercial, and SF5 residential. The GC zone land is vacant. The SF5 properties are developed as large lot single-family residences. Property to the south is also in the city of Wichita. It is zoned SF5 and in use as agricultural land and developed as large lot residential homes. Property to the east, likewise, is in the city of Wichita. It's zoned SF5, developed as single-family lots as well. Property to the west is in the unincorporated Sedgwick County, zoned rural residential, and is undeveloped. Properties to the north, south, okay, very good. My apologies. Services. East 63rd Street is a paved 5-lane arterial street. Hydraulic is a paved 2-lane arterial street. City water is available near the site, and any sewage treatment would be handled on the site. Screening and compatibility standards are required for this property as proposed to be rezoned because the surrounding properties on all sides are zoned residential use. The screening must be in the form of a minimum 6-foot-high solid screening fence, vegetation, or an earth berm. In addition to a screening fence and using the exterior wall of proposed buildings, the applicant is proposing to construct a berm that varies in height between 4 and 6 feet along Hydraulic and 63rd Street and landscaping planted on top of the berm. And I've got a graphic in the PowerPoint that the applicant submitted to show that. The public hearing for this case was held at the Planning Commission meeting on February 18th, and the MAPC considered it again on March 18th. The MAPC ultimately voted 9-3 to recommend approval of the rezoning, subject to Protective Overlay 361, which is detailed in the staff report. It includes the following conditions. The uses are limited to those permitted by right in LC, limited commercial zoning, in addition to vehicle storage. So the rezoning is for GC, but the Protective Overlay would limit it to those uses in limited commercial LC zoning, but with the addition of vehicle storage to allow for the boat and RV storage at the site. Again, vehicle storage is limited to operable boats and RVs. The storage area and all drives and exits must be surfaced with an all-weather surface. Visual screening is required. Outdoor lighting shall be designed to minimize light trespass and glare, and no outdoor speakers or sound amplification would be allowed on the site. Please note that it does not specifically require a berm as proposed by the applicant and considered by the MAPC during their meetings, and that is in reference to the Protective Overlay. In terms of the golden factors, the MAPC findings related to the golden factors are detailed again in the staff report. This was a challenging case, and not all the findings lend themselves to either support denial or only approval. In terms of zoning and character of the neighborhood, Staff and the MAPC felt that unrestricted GC zoning would be inappropriate given the context. However, historically, the corners of two arterial streets have been deemed appropriate for commercial use, and the requested rezoning with an overlay was deemed to be appropriate. In terms of suitability of the property for uses to which it has already been restricted, the property is zoned rural residential and can be considered suitable, as the property could potentially develop as residential or remain agricultural. In terms of detrimental effects of removing the current restrictions, the proposed overlay with revised landscape plan and screening plan will help to mitigate significant negative impacts to adjacent residential developments. Conformance with the comprehensive plan and policies, the requested rezoning is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan, which recommends residential at the site. However, the requested rezoning is in conformance with the South Wichita-Hayesville plan, which recommends commercial development at this site. In terms of the impact to community facilities, no significant adverse impact is anticipated to community facilities serving the area. In terms of protests, 42 protests were submitted in opposition to the request. The majority of those protests were outside the protest area. Those in the protest area made up 26.5%, which exceeds the state threshold of 20%. The recommended action is to adopt the findings of the MAPC and to authorize the chairman to sign the resolution. Because the protest exceeds the 20% threshold, this action requires 4 of 5 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can deny the application, make alternative findings, and override the MAPC recommendation with 4 of 5 votes. You can return the case to the MAPC with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny the case. This requires only a simple majority of 3 of 5 votes. And with that, I'll take you through some of the graphics and photos that we have. So here's the aerial of the site. You can see it's currently in agricultural use. Here's the zoning, and you'll notice that this is the boundary between unincorporated Sedgwick County and the city of Wichita. So the city of Wichita surrounds us on 3 sides. Here's the map from the South Wichita-Hayesville area plan with the recommendation for commercial at this intersection. Here's the graphic that was submitted by the applicant. It shows the proposed buildings for the storage of the vehicles. It shows a berm with landscaping on top, and it shows fencing, screening fencing. What it does not show, which is required, is fencing to be on all sides of the property. Here are photos from the site. So again, this is looking northwest towards the subject site. This is looking north away from the site, so across 63rd Street. This is looking northwest away from the site, so catty corner to the opposite corner. This is looking east away from the site to the residential development that includes a golf course. Again, looking east away from the southern part of the site. This is looking south towards the site, so this is the subject site. And this is looking south at the property from the west end, just west of the site. This is looking west towards the property, which is directly north of the site. And this is the property just immediately to the south. This is facing west, looking at the property again immediately south of the subject site. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, Commission, because we do have a number of people signed up to address us, just recall that I think the order of events, we'll ask if the applicant wants to address us first. We need to dedicate, or we need to go on record if we had any ex parte communications before we do that, and then we will open it up for public comment, and we will close public comment, come back for further questions. So with that, I'll first state that I believe I've had an email or two for ex parte communications, but I've not had any direct communications on this item.
I have. I've had a couple of emails and phone calls, so I've discussed this, but my mind is still not made up.
Right.
I too have had ex parte conversations, but I am keeping an open mind.
All right, Commissioner Dennis.
I too have had ex parte contact, and I have not made a decision. Thank you.
All right, and Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. I have also had ex parte communication. In fact, some of the speakers today, I think I spoke with a couple of them, and I've been very clear that I have no bias whatsoever, and I'm asking the public hearing to speak to me today so I can make a good decision. But I do have a couple of questions on the presentation before we go to public. If I would be allowed to ask a couple of questions at some point before we go to the public, I'd appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. You want to ask questions now?
Just because I don't know where it is in the information you presented. By the way, you did a tremendous job presenting this morning. I want to commend you.
Well, thank you,
for
sir.
doing a good job. I know this is complicated, and I know I would not want to do your job, so thank you for that. So one of the things I thought I understood when I read some of this earlier was that there was a couple of entrances on hydraulic, but this shows a single entrance on hydraulic on one of the graphics that shows the screening. Can you please clarify, is there one entrance or more than one entrance?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The graphic that the applicant submitted shows one entrance off of hydraulic. So, and the applicant is here, so I'll defer to them to speak towards the entrances.
So when they speak, hopefully they'll clarify that. And I don't know if the protective overlay would be able to clarify that detail. If it's not important to the applicant, it might be nice to have that clarified in the protective overlay. Second thing is the berm in the background. You said 6 feet. Then they also said that they proposed 4 to 6 feet, varying heights, 4 to 6 feet, and that's from ground elevation as it currently is today, I assume.
That is my understanding, yes, sir. And the 6 feet is for the screening fence, a minimum of 6 feet tall for the screening fence. But for the berm, you're right. What they've submitted would vary from 4 to 6 feet for the height of the berm.
And the fence would be a solid barrier for visibility blockage.
That is correct.
And then in terms of the trees that are on top of this berm, do we have a definition of what that is exactly? How many? What size? What type?
We do not, but what we have done is we are basing that off of the landscaping ordinance for the city of Wichita. And this is not a requirement that you'll see in the overlay district. However, our thought was that the shade trees, for instance, would have to match that, which would require a 2-inch caliper tree. Again, this would be a recommendation at this point. It's not a requirement, so it would be something we would have to discuss with the property owner. You can make that a requirement as part of the overlay district, but I do want to stress that it's based on, our thinking was that it was based on what's in the city of Wichita landscape ordinance.
Thank you. And then is the berm is not required on the south or the west sides of this property, just the east and the north?
The screening is required. The berm specifically is not required. They'd have the opportunity to use other methods such as a screening fence or landscaping that would meet that need. But what they are proposing at this time is the berm. And the applicant can speak more to that about what their proposal is.
Okay, I guess I'd like to clarify what exactly is the plan for the other two sides, and if there's a requirement similar to the other two sides, I want to just, again, I don't know if the fence satisfies a screening requirement.
It does, and they would be they are required to provide screening on the other sides of this property as well.
Okay. So my other questions, which again, whoever in the audience would like to answer the questions, that's fine. But I'm interested in things like the lighting that would be whether it be pole lights, potentially illuminated signage. I might be interested in whether or not billboards would be allowed on this property. Again, I don't know that I have clear answers on those things yet. I guess that's my questions for now. But if anybody has answers to those questions, I'd love to hear the answers to those questions as well. Thank you.
And sir, while we're answering staff questions, I'm going to defer to Kelly Dixon with MABCD to comment on the signage that would be allowed on this property.
Okay. Morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. The question was presented last week to me as to what signs would be permitted within this zoning district. And though it's going to be zone GC, both LC and GC have the same requirements. So regardless of the overlay, these signs would be permitted. Based on that, this particular site, and that's everything I'm going to tell you is based on this site, it could have up to 2 billboard signs, as long as they have 500 feet of separation and do not exceed 35 feet in height and 300 square feet in face. They can be LED, can be illuminated sites, or signs, excuse me. As far as building signs go, in this commercial district, you have an unlimited number allowed. They can cover no more than 20% of a building face, and can be no more than 400 square feet, whichever is less. And then pole or ground signs typically used to identify the location. In this case, they can have up to 2 per public street frontage. And here we have 2 different streets. We have Hydraulic and 63rd, so 2 on each. They can have up to 25 feet, be up to 25 feet in height, and have a combined total square footage of approximately 1,200 square feet. That's with no single sign exceeding 400 square feet. And that's based on the calculations of amount of footage that they have, road footage. All these signs are permitted to be illuminated.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. Real quickly, on the slide that you've got looking west at the property north of site that's got a bus, a wrecked vehicle, and some other vehicles on that, that is not on this property that we're considering. This is north of the property, correct?
That is correct, sir. And this was a property that was referred to multiple times during the MAPC discussions when residents in the area were commenting on the proposed rezoning.
Okay, and as I look at the protest map, it looks like there's a red line right along that piece of property. Is that, if you look at the slide that you updated on the protest?
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Is that property where this bus is that one of the properties that's protesting?
It's this property right here, sir.
I know.
So it's not protesting.
What's that red line then?
Yes, what you're seeing is that's actually the boundary of the city limits.
I see. Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just want to clarify, so 63rd is 5-lane paved, 5-lane would be, I guess, and hydraulic is 2-lane or 4-lane?
That is correct, 2-lane. I'm going to refer to my notes just to make sure I've got that correct, but.
And is there stop signs there, or not stop lights, I assume?
I am not certain.
My answer.
Okay.
Stop lights. Okay.
Stop lights are there? Okay. So this is nearly a commercial development corner, it looks like, in a way, but 5-lane and 2-lane and stop lights. Okay.
Just hydraulic's 4 lanes right there. It goes down to 2 lanes as you go south away from this area as you approach the bridge there.
Okay.
Over the Mitch Mitchell floodway. It goes down to 2 lanes eventually, but it's 4 lanes at this intersection.
Okay.
And it is a full intersection with curb and gutter and storm sewer and with stoplights for traffic controls.
Okay. Thanks. And then, did you have?
Yeah, I have one other question.
Okay.
Again, so, I'm working on some other issues out in the world, and the term inoperable vehicle, in my mind, actually is kind of a low standard. Can you please explain what is an inoperable vehicle, and how would I describe a vehicle? Let's say it has no tires on it, for example. Is that an operable vehicle?
I'm going to ask Kelly Dixon, who does enforcement, to come up and answer that question.
Okay, let me change hats. Go from signs to zoning and nuisance. An inoperable vehicle typically is one that's considered not to be drivable. A car that needs a battery, a car that needs air in the tires, a car that needs fuel would not be considered an inoperable vehicle. If a tire's off of it and can be replaced, that again typically is not an inoperable vehicle. If it has a tree growing up through the engine compartment, then we would consider it inoperable. It's missing safety components, then that would be considered inoperable.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at this point, so let's invite the applicant to address us, if we could. If the applicant's here. Please state your name and address, and you can address the commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cale Warren. I live at 2012 North Peppercorn Road, Derby, Kansas. I'd like to start by saying thank you for hearing this case today. I look forward to hearing your comments, feedback, and the outcome of the vote. Now on to the matter of the rezoning case. I am here today with my wife, Taryn. A little about us and how this idea came about. We own both a boat and an RV ourselves, and with no place to store these items on our property of residence, we have a need for a place to store our equipment while not being used. Driving the streets of Derby every day, there are dozens of boats and campers parked in driveways, so I'm certain there are other needs as well. When we moved to Derby in 2018, we looked for storage units like what we have in mind, but couldn't find anything of such, so we began the idea of starting this business. We plan to store our own equipment in this facility, and we would like to provide a unique opportunity for others to store their equipment here as well. One might argue that there are other storage places like this in the Wichita area already, but the only places I've seen are up north in Park City and Mays areas. So I think there is a market here for this. As you have all seen in the slides, I won't go through it in super detail, but the plan of what I have in mind, the buildings and such. The building on the east will be open to the west and walled to the east facing hydraulic. The inner buildings will be open to both the east and west. The building on the west will be open to the east and walled to the west, as well as for the screening, there is that line of trees there. There will be screening provided from building to building, as you saw in the graphics, as well as around the southwest corner cutout. That was drawn as simply an example, and at the time that screenshot was taken, I didn't feel the need for all of it to be shown. There will be a 4 to 6 foot naturally contoured berm along the roadways with a number of trees and shrubs to hide away and minimize the visual impact on the surrounding residential areas. My plan is to have a security system with video surveillance. Along with that, there will be some lights to help with night surveillance, but those lights will be on motion sensors and aimed into the lot to minimize the impact to the surrounding area. Our plan is to build this business from the ground up, just as all small businesses get started. We want to make this business part of the community, not just be another box store. We want to make personal relationships with all of our tenants. We want to get involved with youth athletics and with our children and sponsor their sports teams. We want to make this business have the feel of being in a small town with a tight-knit community. All of those things and those relationships seem to be disappearing, and we want this business to bring some of those back. To conclude, I've seen there are a couple of petitions signed in opposition to this case. I'd like to address a couple of those bullets if I may. The first bullet, the site plan shows no dimensions. The commission specifically asked for certain setbacks. The MAPC commission did request setbacks. However, they put together a long list of items that I would need to address in order to get access to building permits and eventually a certificate of occupancy. Nothing in their statements demanded an official site plan with dimensions at that time. But more or less, they gave me time to assess the cost and determine if it was still viable. To the bullet that argues screening is inadequate, I didn't see the need for full visual depiction, as I mentioned before. This was just provided to be an example. To the bullet of no detail regarding landscaping, I addressed the level of detail in written form and in my speech, not in the visual representations. And finally, the HOA is particularly disturbed by the number of types and structures. I'd like to say that the HOA is afraid the buildings will be unappealing. As I mentioned before, there's a berm with significant amount of landscaping and trees and shrubs to minimize that impact. And there are architectural requirements which are explicitly outlined in the zoning code to help mitigate that. So thank you again for your time.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for addressing this. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant at this point? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to clarify, one, thank you for being here. It's always scary to stand up in front of people and talk about something, so you did a good job. I do want to ask, with respect to the billboards, I don't know that that's an issue for you, but if that was added to the protective overlay, would that be disturbing to you in any way?
No, I don't think so. My plan at this time was to have a sign on the corner, just a single sign, non-illuminated, to advertise the business.
And would that be something we could add to the protective overlay to clarify that so that they can't be changed later on?
That would be fine.
That'd be okay with you? All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
I have one question. I'm looking at a couple of the other places that are similar to this around town. Do we know if the area surrounding these have noticed any rise in crime or anything along those lines?
I have not done any studies myself, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this point, I do not see any other questions, but sir, if you will, I guess you'll be around if there's other questions or items that are brought up. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see anything else, so we will now move to the public agenda, public comments on this item. We'll open it up. I've got a list of people here, and so we'll just go in the order that was received. First up would be Jared Sorello. Again, state your name and address, and we will limit the public comments to about 3 minutes if we can, because we have so many here on the others. I just ask that you can say, repeat what was previously said, and then go into your item. So we'll try to avoid as much duplication as possible. Sorry. So Jared, Councilman Jared, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. And I come to you today speaking as a private citizen. My name is Jared Sorello. My address is 6316 South Madison. So right across the corner from where this development is proposed. I'll keep my comments short and sweet because you're going to hear a lot of comments from them. But what I would like to point out to you is that between the two housing additions, the two neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, Spray Lake and Pine Bay, there's nearly 100% opposition to this if you consider the full 1,000 feet zoning requirement. But because this is butting up right to the city limits of Wichita, that cuts the notification and the protest area down to 200 feet. So so if you're in the county, it goes to 1,000 feet. So that's why it's not a circle on that protest area. If you expand that protest area out, it's nearly 100% opposition from all of the homeowners. They will give you plenty of reasons as to why. They will ask for denial, but I would also respectfully ask that you deny this petition. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. It's good to see you in our BOCC room. Welcome.
Thank you.
I would just ask, relevant to the 9 golden factors, can you articulate some of the reasons why you're opposed, relevant to those 9 golden factors?
Mainly, the biggest one, this will significantly change the characteristics of this neighborhood that I have lived in my entire life. I grew up a mile west of here, and I now live a little more than 2,000 feet east of here. My main concern is it will significantly change the characteristics of our neighborhood.
All right, thank you so much.
Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you. And Councilman, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. I've got a couple questions, and if the other speakers could kind of address them also. This is a commercial corner. I mean, there is no doubt that everything happening here in the future is going to be commercial related. And it appears to me this is a very low impact request, considering what you could get if this thing was rezoned and a different project came in. Now, I realize that any rezoning that goes with the property from this point forward, if it gets rezoned, it travels with the property. So putting those two together would, I think this is probably the least impact of any commercial thing that you could get. There may be 1 or 2 people a week that go in and out of this for each person that owns it. Whether if you ended up with a big box store or anything else, you're going to have a very large impact on your neighborhood. So I've been trying to figure out what we could do to limit it to this in the future, because we don't know if this is going to stay a storage facility forever. And if it gets rezoned, that possibly could be something even more impactful. So I guess I've got a couple questions for you with all that lead in. One is, do you recognize that this is probably the least impactful? And if you do recognize that, we do have a way of preventing this from becoming more impactful by adding another protective overlay on this property that says that if it ever is no longer a storage facility, that it reverts back to its original zoning rather than continuing with the new zoning. So I'm trying to figure out a way of keeping it as least impactful as I can for you, and make it so that it never gets worse in the future. So I guess, could you add, I know that's a long discussion, but I've worked zoning a lot of times, and so I'm trying to figure out how we can protect you at the same time to look at what the use is of this property. So, Councilman?
The only thing that I would say in response to that, in my 46 years, I know of no interest from any big box stores. I know of no other interest from any other commercial development that has ever come to this area. Maybe my neighbors could provide more aspect in that, but I know of no interest whatsoever from anything like that ever.
But those two streets are
oh, and I would also note that it's only about 200 feet south of the intersection that it goes to 2-lane. So yes, north of the intersection is 4-lane with a left turn lane. It's not 5-lane, it's 4-lane with a left turn lane. 200 feet immediately south of the intersection, it cuts to 2 lanes.
Okay, but those are both arterials. So I would envision that at some point something industrial, commercial is going to want to go in there if this does not. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, at this point, I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Jared.
Thank you for letting me address you.
You bet. Next up, we have Paul Davis. Is Paul Davis? There's Paul Davis. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you.
Well, it's good to be able to be seen. Thank you, sir.
State your name and address.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Paul Davis. I live at 6417 South Madison Court. Pine Bay homeowner for 22 plus years and former Wichita District DAB 3 member. Also might mention that I was on the task force that created the South Wichita Hayesville plan. So I'm kind of familiar with some of these things. I also thought we were going to get to speak for 5 minutes. I'm going to talk real fast.
Okay. Well, we said about 3 minutes.
Okay, we'll work on that. Taking into account Golden Rules 1, 2, and 3 and considering this request for rezoning, it occurred to me that commercial activity in this quarter seems to be at best stagnant, at worst becoming blighted. I took a little trip around the area to confirm or invalidate my conclusion. I found that on 63rd from Meridian to Oliver and beyond, there has been 0 new commercial activity in well over 25 years. Aggregate sand and gravel moved to well past 119 South on hydraulic several years ago, and a similar bearing business, smaller in scale in their own location, east of Broadway on north side 63rd. Other than that, all development along 63rd has been residential, consisting of Spray Lake, Pine Bay, Riviera, and the densely packed duplexes over towards Clifton. From 47th Street South to 79th and beyond, the school on the southwest corner of 47th and Hydraulic was demolished, and Quick Trip built a new generation store there, vacated their store in the southeast corner, which has since been demolished. And a coming soon Zips Car Wash sign went up, which has since been removed. I assume due to the club car wash at 47th and Broadway. Going further south is a property on the east side, apparently originally a convenience store that became a small congregation church, which apparently failed, with the property recently selling at auction. On the west side is the only non-residential new construction, it being a rather ornate religious campus. Further south on the west side, in what used to be a thriving plant nursery, greenhouse, and tree farm, now a small portion of which is a coin-op laundry, leaving a large greenhouse empty for several years and a minimal remote tree farming operation. Just north of that is a sign promising a lying mixed-use commercial development with no idea what it may become. At 55, there's a pocket park and playground. And then further south, you have Jack's Coffee House, which has recently been saved from a tax foreclosure auction at the 11th hour. And since the proprietor's recent death, it appears that one or more family members are operating and living at that location. Next on the west side are the two properties which were originally fruit stands, but since the orchards failed decades ago, they have fallen into rather unattractive uses, with multiple inoperative vehicles as both, as well as 3 generations of one renter's family living in one and operating an automotive body shop, which was the picture you saw. The one north of that is, frankly, even less attractive. Beyond that, south of 63rd are 4 residential developments, Pine Bay and Sandpoint, plus one on either side of Hydraulic on the south side of the Mitch Mickle floodway, and a wind-worn Lang sign, which at the time I wrote this was laying on the ground at 71st and Hydraulic, but has since been put back up. There are considerable comments regarding the 10 lots in Pine Bay that are empty. They too were sold at a tax foreclosure action due to primarily having been annexed into Wichita. The various grade paving and other requirements would make the price of each lot impossible to sell for home sites. Unfortunately, the person who bought all 10 was unaware of this, and now every year since we have ongoing problems with tall weeds and grass, and right now a dead cottonwood tree, which he's not willing to remove. At this point, not a good neighbor. He is also one of few, if any, of the property owners in the notification area not willing to sign a petition. In summation, I can find nothing which would indicate any interest in commercial development for more than 2 decades, with nearby properties currently zoned commercial on the north, but not attracting development. In fact, what I found is quite the opposite, that being properties falling not only into minimal, but in severe cases, their least attractive or desirable usages. Also, looking at the artists and renderings that you showed, it seems to be very much in conflict with the narrative provided to earlier hearings. The evergreen trees appear to be of a type that seldom exceeds 5 feet in height. The buildings appear to be fully enclosed, but I did see some small garage door type openings on the picture today. They also appear to have very short sidewalls, perhaps 6 to 8 feet, and with no way you could store motorhomes, pull behind fifth wheel RVs in such a short structure. As such, I find that graphic to be very misleading.
Paul, are you getting close to?
I know. I got one sentence.
Okay.
In closing, I see no rational reasons to prove this is unjustified, inappropriate, and as you can surely see by now, almost universally unwelcome request, and I therefore respectfully ask that it be denied.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your
Paul,
time.
thanks. Actually, and I know that you do have history down there, and you were on the
Southwest Business Association, DAB 3.
Right. And so
I'm a Crusader rabbit.
And I appreciate you giving us all
thank you
the information around along those arterials and around there. So that's very
helpful. The other thing is, what he's talking about, while hydraulic ends goes to 2-lane, it's not curbed and guttered from there on. It's drainage ditches that the county maintains.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Paul. Commissioner Howell might have a question.
Thank you,
Paul?
Chairman. So you raised a couple of questions that I don't know if someone else can answer this. But no, this may be for someone else, actually. But you did raise a couple of questions I want to clarify.
I'll defer if it's not for me.
That's okay. If staff could answer the question regarding the building height and then clarify whether or not any of the items, RVs or boats that are stored at this facility will be outside of one of these buildings. In other words, is everything inside of a building? Again, the building has one side open, I understand, but
You're right, that's not for me.
Is there anything stored on this lot that's not stuffed into one of these positions on one of these buildings? And secondly, what's the building height? Those are my 2 questions. I mean, even on this picture, there's an area that's to the southwest on this rendering that shows there's no building there. I'm just curious if there's intended to be surface storage there.
So a couple of items there. The first one is about storage of the vehicles. Could they be outdoors of the buildings? And yes, they can, as currently proposed. The building heights, we did receive information from the applicant, so I will defer to him if he's got more specific information. But what he indicated to us is that the front of the buildings will be 14 feet high, with some of the building peaks reaching 30 feet in height, although not all the buildings will reach that height.
All right. Thank you for answering the questions. That's all my questions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I don't see other comments. Thanks again, Paul. Next up would be Brad Shelton.
Good morning. Thank you.
Morning, Brad.
Brad Shelton. I live at 1430 East 63rd Street South, right across the street from the property. Some of the details have been revealed that we didn't have before, but I'll hurry because I thought 5 minutes as well. The site plan was developed with very minimal effort and gives us very little information. It doesn't have any dimensions for the buildings, setbacks, spacing between the buildings, height of building structures, spacing of the stalls. In fact, the building all look different sizes, heights, and lengths. It doesn't specify materials used for the buildings, colors, heights, berms, drainage plan, the elevation change, and how it's going to play into quote-unquote screening. The applicant has requested the fence along 63rd be set to 45 instead of the requested 50 to allow for maneuverability. I don't believe 5 feet is going to allow the extra maneuverability. So when we figure this out, what's going to change at that point? Do we allow the setback to shorten from 50 like it has already, or do we move the buildings back? And then that plays into how much spacing is left with this project and the feasibility of it. The change in elevation is drastic from the curb at 63rd on the north to the south end of the property. And I will stop there. I have some pictures of a very similar facility in Newton here, and so I just wanted to try to maybe scroll through those that you guys could look at them as I'm reading to show the height and the where the fencing is in relation to those buildings, the size of the buildings, how there's going to be 4 across running east to west on this property. But so what with the elevation change in this property, what are the screening things from the street view? The property is going to drop way down. So if you put a 30-foot tall building in the back, does a 4-foot berm cover it? The term screening is really being used in place of landscaping. Berms that vary in height from 4 to 6 feet with new trees on top doesn't exactly mean screening. It's really more landscaping. So if in fact the commission requires screening, then let's make it solid screening and high enough to screen the structures that will sit on an elevation that is several feet higher than the street. Unless very explicit instructions, restrictions, requirements, demands are set up front, we will get a very minimal storage facility. And isn't that the point with this type of facility? Minimal everything, from how it's constructed to no running water or sewer, to gravel instead of hard surface, to no employees on site with self-service access, to minimum upkeep. That is the business model of these types of facilities, regardless of the developer. Who has seen an open-sided outdoor boat and RV storage that was built with a pole barn structure sitting on a gravel lot that would be fit to be in a residential area? Would any city allow this along their busiest streets or highways? Just picture this anywhere in the city limits of Wichita, Derby, or Andover. It wouldn't happen. So why consider this on this property that's surrounded by residential and misses being in the city by the width of 63rd Street? There are places for these types of facilities, and if the city wouldn't allow it in the middle of the residential area or along Kellogg or along Rock Road, why would the county allow it in my residential area? I want to say this, but I'm not anti-business. I am not anti-commercial. I own 2 businesses in Derby, so I am not anti-business whatsoever. So I'm very concerned at the minimal efforts for the details of the things, both from the MAPC and the developer. And again, some of the details have been given to us, but there's a lot of these things that play into the feasibility of this stuff. So the proposal really doesn't answer or meet the golden rules, nor does the site plan give any true indication of what is really going to be built. But I request that you review and consider these oppositions and make the best decision forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions? I don't see any, Brad. So
okay, thank you.
Thanks for supplying those pictures as well. Okay, next up we have Miranda Britton. Good morning, Miranda. Welcome to the commission meeting.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Miranda Britton, and I reside at 1500 East 63rd Street South, but I am actually representing Spray Lake Homeowners Association because I am the treasurer and secretary, because my husband will be actually talking for our house. I was going to start and state about all the different golden rules, but I obviously have less time, so I'll try to make this quick. All properties within 1,000 feet of the proposed vehicle storage yard are large lot residential. 4 large new homes have been built in the past 2 years in the surrounding neighborhoods, including 2 in Spray Lake that were over 5,000 square feet. The subject property is currently zoned RR and has historically been only agricultural use. RR is the most appropriate zoning classification for this property since the property is surrounded by all sides by residential property. Once public utilities are available, NR or NO would be suitable use. The proposed use will cause traffic congestion and large recreational vehicles pulling in and out of the facility. Additional runoff from hard water surface without proper drainage detention will contribute to drainage issues in the area and pollution concerns. The proposed building will not be in character of the area. Light pollution from security lighting will adversely affect the area. Unattended vehicle storage will attract theft in the area. The subject property was used as agricultural land until it was sold to the current owner last year. All developable large lot residential lots in the area have sold quickly when placed on the market. The commercial lots in the area have remained vacant, however, and will remain that way until sanitary sewer is available in the area. The burdens from the detrimental effect on the nearby property far outweigh the loss in value and hardship to the applicant. The 27-plus acre Copper Fox Farm Addition was plotted recently. The private property owner is RR, so no loss of value or hardship would be imposed by the property owner by not approving this development. A vehicle storage yard is an industrial use only allowed in GC or less restrictive zonings, and in RR is a conditional use under the strict conditions of Section 3 DMM, which would only allow 10,000 square foot development to the storage yard. The 2035 Wichita Future Growth Concept Map from the 2015 to 2035 CIP plan identifies the site as residential. Water is available, currently located across the street from the site. Public sewer is not available. The site is subject to an alternative on-site wastewater disposal system restricted covenants due to soil percolation rates. The traffic safety will be affected and damage to roadway will occur due to large RVs and trailers entering next at the facility. The sheriff department could be burdened with the increase of theft that would be brought to the area, and due to the proximity of the EMS station located at a mile and a half west of the site, emergency response time could be affected by traffic congestion. All residents except the applicant within the calculated area has protested the development, and the majority of the residents outside the calculated area near the site have protested the development. Area residents are united in opposing for this purpose. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we have a question from Commissioner Cruz for you.
Yes.
Thank you. This is really related to the drainage. Can someone address the drainage question? What's going to happen to the drainage?
I'm not sure that's fine.
Miranda, you didn't want to address that?
Yeah.
You didn't want to talk about it?
I'll try. I may not quite have it right, but I'll certainly try.
Okay, thank you, Miranda, for addressing this.
Commissioner Cruz, Justin Wagner, Assistant County Counselor. This property has already been platted, and a drainage plan was approved as part of that. I know that planning staff had been asked about this, and it opined that there would not be a need for a revised drainage plan at this point in time. I don't know if Jim Weber is available. Does anyone know if Jim is available? Okay. As far as I know, I don't believe there's going to be any additional drainage work that needs to be done on that. But if Jim is available, he may be able to comment further on that. But it's my understanding that as part of the platting process, there was a drainage plan that was reviewed and approved by an engineer from Public Works.
When?
It was platted in 2020, so it was last summer, I believe, is when the plat was approved. So it would have been a little less than a year ago, I think.
Did it take into consideration a new use for this property?
It did not. Well, let me back up. I'm not the engineer who completes those drainage plans, so I'm not sure every single factor they look into on those. And so I'm not sure if at the time it was only zoned rural residential. I don't know to what degree when an engineer looks at that, they take into account other uses that might be looked at. But Jim Weber just walked in the room. He can better address that. So I'll defer to him.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to apologize. I was working and I don't know what the question is. So
I A concern was raised around drainage of this property, and I wonder if you could address, they said that it was platted about a year ago, they discussed it, and now there is obviously a change for this land. So I'm wondering how will that affect the drainage of water runoff?
So in the planning process, they would have prepared a drainage plan that would have been approved. And so they'd be held to that drainage plan, or they could, if something's changed, that could be, a new plan could be submitted and approved, but it would have to be as good as what we have on the books right now, or better. But at this point with the zoning, we don't normally see that level of detail. It's very flat down there. Should the plan, I'm guessing, involve some detention storage, I'm assuming they have room to do that or have made room in the plan to do that.
I didn't see that detention storage in here. Am I missing that part?
Well, again, they're not up to the drainage plan stage, and sometimes what we see for site plans don't exactly work out when you get to the final plan.
Okay, so in your history of seeing, land go from one use to the next, do you see a drainage issue? Have you seen something like this happen in the past? And have you seen it create a drainage issue? That's the concern of our speaker. I just wondered if we could address that.
Okay, so it's a commercial site, basically, and so the commercial building permit needs to have a grading plan that matches up with a approved drainage plan. So I guess what I'm saying is they shouldn't cause a problem because they have to follow the rules, and we're looking out to make sure they don't cause a problem.
Okay.
But for Commissioner Lopez, that may not work out. She's not having real good luck with drainage.
Okay.
So it's a little bit, I'm sorry, it's a little bit roundabout, but it's hard to say directly because nobody has submitted an actual plan. And what they have for a site plan, if it's got too many buildings, they might have to take something out to make the drainage work. There's storm sewer, I think, in 63rd. We have some places to go, but it's engineering detail that comes later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to relate, I'm glad you're here because I have a couple of related questions. I believe that 63rd Street was improved with a federal grant, and so it has stormwater gutters and that type of thing. And the river, the Arkansas River, is just to the east of this, and so I assume that stormwater probably drains to the east towards the river, I assume. But hydraulic, is that a county road in front of this?
I'm not sure the break is, but going south, it probably is.
That 200 feet also has similar stormwater controls, but in north, when it goes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, my assumption is that it goes to a county road at that point.
Yes, somewhere in there.
It doesn't mean, you may not be able to answer this question off the top of your head, but I'm trying to figure out the traffic impact. The previous speaker just talked about the vehicles per day, that type of thing. I'd like to know if there's a way we can get vehicles per day on these two roads, and then maybe if someone can answer the question, how many customers plan to store RVs and boats at this facility. Again, I assume in the summertime they're fairly busy coming to go, getting their stuff that's stored in wintertime, probably not. But maybe at the peak of this, I'd like to be able to see if I can kind of calculate the impact on the traffic. I'm not sure if anybody else has done that, but I'd be interested to know that analysis if it was available.
To the extent that these roads are in the county, we do counts every other year. We are not doing them for 2020 because of the pandemic. It throws everything up. But we do have 2018 counts. I don't have them with me. We could do fresh counts if that's important. There are probably some guidance available about traffic generation from different kinds of sites. There's probably something for storage sites. Personal opinion, I think it's a low, kind of a low traffic thing. It's not a place you go every day. If you're going to take your RV out, you pick it up on Friday and you might be gone till who knows when. I think it's, in terms of things that could happen here, I think it's a lower traffic generator than a lot of things could be.
My assumption would be the majority of vehicles would be coming from the north into the entrance, and that entrance, I assume, is where it's still 4 lanes rather than 2 lanes, and so that's a much better road than the 2 lane that goes south of that. But I guess I'd be interested to know if this doesn't whatever happens to this, if there's an opportunity for doing analysis on this after today's hearing, I might be interested in having some of that deeper understanding on that aspect. But right now, I don't think that information is available, and I don't think we can pull it up quickly. So it's just a concern of mine. Thank you.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Scott and Jim, the plating process starts out with the staff in planning department, our experts over in public works that take a look at the drainage plan as part of the plat. That's just part of the plat. It's not the entire plat. I guess my question is, I understand that it was platted back in 2020, last year, and the plat then goes to the subdivision committee, and then from the subdivision committee it goes to the entire MAPC to review the plat, and from the entire MAPC, you'll see on our agenda today on Quebec and Romeo, two of our items on our agenda, we have final plats. Has this gone through that entire process, or is it the preliminary plat? Has it had a final plat and come to us for approval?
Yes, the plat has been completed. So the plat was recorded with the Register of Deeds in June of 2020.
Okay, and as I said, that includes a drainage plan for that piece of property, which has been reviewed by a lot of people before it gets to that point.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's one of my questions.
And I do have the traffic counts. I don't know if that would be helpful, but the city of Wichita has these on their website. On 63rd Street, to the west of the intersection, it's about 5,400 vehicles per day. East of that intersection, it's about 10,127 vehicles. And then on Hydraulic, north of the intersection, it's 4,600. South of the intersection, it looks like it's 5,963.
Thanks, Scott.
So if I could just follow up on the drainage discussion for just a minute. So Commissioner Dennis is exactly right. And so we would have approved a drainage plan based on something, maybe not as intensive a use. So that's what I'm saying. If the use changes and it doesn't match up with the approved plan, then they're going to have to redo the plan so that we'll fix the problems as we go. You have to start with some assumption. So the plat may have been done assuming something else.
So could I follow up? So with the platting process, all drainage issues will be taken care of. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the platting process is the sort of enforcement piece of it. What they have to, tells us how much water can leave the site, basically.
Right.
And then any changes they make, they'd have to submit as a site plan to be approved to match up with the stormwater plan. But basically, the drainage plan side of caps how much water can leave the property, or the rate at which water can leave the property. And so everything else gets made up usually with detention storage. You have to hold it longer. You can't just dump it all out in the street and flood the street.
So will this have to go back?
It won't have to go back. It's an administrative process. They would do a site plan, and if it doesn't work, they would we would approve a new drainage plan based on what they're really trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. If the site plan for that it just doesn't work for this new use, is that going to affect what is being proposed here? I mean, if we come to some agreement on what this could be and then drainage doesn't work, are we going to have to start that process over, or some of the things that we agree on here, if they don't now make sense? I mean, how does that?
I think they'll have to fit in everything that's required of the zoning into the site. And what typically happens is, what we're really battling is, right now it's a field. And so drainage may be an issue, but it's an unimproved property. And so when we do a project like this, we're adding pavement, we're adding buildings, that increases the runoff. And so it's all about mitigating the runoff that's coming on. So what would typically happen would be you would run up against the requirements. You'd have to fit all the zoning requirements into what they had to do, berms, whatever. That takes up an amount of space. You got to get the drainage worked in, and then that may lessen the number of buildings, for example, they could put on the site, or they may have to, with less pavement, or beef up the stormwater mitigation to make it all work. It just kind of caps everything, and they got a plan now isn't necessarily the plan that's going to work out because, again, zoning has never been expected for them to answer every question about what's going to happen at this stage. But zoning is the place where it starts. You know, is this a use that works? And then that ties to the plat, and they already have a plat, so we already know kind of where they're capped out on drainage, and then what they finally get building permits for is going to be got to fit all that in.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
That is, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions at this point, so we'll move on to the next public comment. Stephen Britton, are you here? Morning, Stephen.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing us today. I want to talk a little bit about other commercial properties real close to the area. Directly north of the property is a lot that has been vacant for 25, 30 years. That property got converted to general commercial use due to the lot north of it, which at the time had a small ultralight manufacturing facility for ultralight aircraft being built. It was stated at the time that they needed to expand their operations and proposed building a building on that lot. However, it never came to fruition. Now we have an additional general commercial lot right there in the area. A little further north, as you've seen and heard before, the blue building was originally a Riverside Township storage area for equipment. At the time the lake was getting built, the owner of the property had a vacant building. Riverside Township was in need of a place to store their equipment, and it just worked out. So conditional use was put on that property to allow for the storage of that equipment, and over time and through meetings, that use has now become a permanent general commercial use. Of the 6 lots in the immediate area that are zoned commercial, 4 of them are vacant and have been vacant for some time. The other 2, which are occupied, are non-conformants in their use. They are both being used by tenants that are not holding up to the standards that is required for their zoning districts. I personally believe that commercial development in the area will not happen until water and sewer is fully available to those sites. I know that the sewer system for the city is uphill, and there are no intentions that I'm aware of extending sewer down to this area. So that's what I have for today, just a little add-on piece. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Appreciate the information. I don't see other questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Dave Edwards. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. They had a PowerPoint presentation I had submitted that I'd like to try to get to.
Thank you for reminding us. I think Akeem will coach you on how to run it.
This one's me. Yep. Thank you. Good morning. My name is David Edwards. I reside at 6437 South Madison Court. Aside from being a homeowner, I am the president of the Pine Bay Homeowners Association, and I am also a licensed professional civil engineer, so I'm going to address some of the things we heard on drainage here as well. Our primary issue with this, you've heard a lot of the things with the golden rules. Ours is primarily character of the neighborhood. The PowerPoint presentation that we have on here for you is probably 7 minutes long, so we will try to go a little quicker. Just on that first slide, what we've had developed in this area, Pine Bay Estates, 60 residential lots. Spray Lake has 11 and growing. Riviera has 36 single-family homes and then 53 duplexes by my count just from Google Earth. That is the development for this area. You'll see all of the ones on there that I've listed as commercial. There are none. What we have in our neighborhood is beautiful homes, lakefront homes. We have a golf course. We appreciate our time in solitude on the weekends. One of the initial comments was, hey, this is not going to be a heavily used facility. Where it's going to be used is Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. Guess when homeowners in this area are home and are trying to enjoy their time? It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's the only time most of us who work are going to be home. So here's what we're looking at. We've got some beautiful homes out there. Pine Bay, I would say the average home is probably in the $200,000 to $300,000, with some exceeding that. I'm going to say over at Spray Lake, it far exceeds that. I'm going to say these are $500,000. I think the most recent are over $1 million. What we don't want to see is 6 acres of vehicles in our backyard. On this slide, you can kind of see what we have. We have covenants on our fences. We have covenants on our landscaping. If you've reviewed the records, you'll see that we've submitted 80 signatures from Pine Bay. That's 80 out of 82 residents who have opposed this. In our covenants, we specifically call out that you cannot have an RV, a trailer, a boat in your driveway because we don't want that. That's why we selected where we live. To approve this across the street from us is completely against everything that we wanted and completely against why we moved here and why we built our homes here. And don't dismiss this because this is our forever homes. This is where I plan to retire. This is where I want to be. I don't want to be across the street from 6.5 acres of used vehicles. Just going through, I'm hopefully giving you the flavor of our neighborhood from Riviera. What commercial looks like, this is what we've got. We have 2 commercial lots. I'm sure you've seen this one before, and I'm sure you've seen this one before. Sorry, we have 3 commercial lots. This is a restaurant that's now occupied by the owners. These are the commercial just north of our intersection. So, I think that's about 1/8 of an acre that you're looking at with 22 cars on there. This was included in presentations that the zoning committee did. They've said, hey, these don't comply, but yet still nothing's been done. So we have some reservations about you changing the forever outlook of our neighborhood and then having something like this happen. Commissioner Dennis said, hey, what can we do to keep this from getting bad? Don't change the zoning. That's very simple. Leave the zoning as rural residential, and we don't have to worry about it. Just one quick thing on drainage in this area. When we get south of that intersection on hydraulic, it goes into roadside ditches. Those roadside ditches empty into Pine Bay Lake. We don't really want everybody's runoff in our lake. That's really our history story is, if you don't want to repeat history, someone in the past has said, hey, let's make these commercial, and we get what you saw for commercial. We don't get the beautiful fruit stand. We get 21 cars in 1/8 of an acre. Thank you.
Dave, thanks for presenting, and I know serving as president of an HOA is a good job to.
Yeah, if you don't show up for a meeting, you become the president. So.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, thanks for the pictures, and that area's got some nice homes and good neighborhoods. I don't see any other questions, so okay, well, we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Sean Fox. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to the meeting.
Chairman MEITZNER, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sean Fox. I live at 1325 East 63rd Street. I am the one house that is being built directly to the west of it. My wife and I are the owners of the property, and we do support Cale and Taryn in their vision or dream to create this business for the betterment of their family. This application appears to have received a lot more attention than I had expected. And I don't think it's my place to answer all the issues. So what I would like to do is to remark on what I believe are the most pertinent ones. The Wichita-Sedgwick County Comp Plan does identify the site as residential on its future growth map. But 63rd Street, as it has said, is a 5-lane arterial road. Hydraulic to the north is 4 lanes, and to the south is 2 lanes. 5 lanes doesn't sound too residential to me. And it was pointed out during the Planning Commission that historically, sites that are located at 2 arterials have been deemed appropriate for commercial development. Another governing document, the plan, the South Wichita-Hayesville Area Plan, which, if I understood correctly, one of the speakers actually had a hand in helping draft, was adopted in 2002. Pine Bay had already been established by that time, but that's right when the first Spray Lake house was being built. That plan's future land use map does identify the site as appropriate for commercial development. In either case, I believe that indicates that either the city and county planners at the time knew of both the existing residential that was already there, as well as what was being planned, and yet they still thought it was appropriate for commercial development. That brings me to the current zoning. The current zoning of the property directly to the north across the street is general commercial with no protective overlay. It is true that it is currently undeveloped, no questions, but it is still zone GC, meaning that somebody could go to MABC today or tomorrow, fill out a building permit, exactly planning to do what Kale and Taryn are wanting to do, and as long as they comply with the existing screening and standard and compatibility standards, which are far less stringent than the proposed overlay requirements, they could start or break ground tomorrow with no say or influence from the adjacent neighbors and no action by this board. By right, they could do that. The next property to the north is also GC and has been developed as such, yet the Spray Lake home was built right next door after the fact, and it doesn't appear to hurt their property valuation. That leads me to the letters of the two homeowners associations. First, I do find it odd that they appear to be authored or written by the same individual, as the vast majority of both letters are worded almost identically. Both say that they would detract or devalue their property, but offer no details or how or why that would be. It's merely their opinion or speculation. I also find it odd that it points out in both letters that there is another commercial property, this one on the east side of Hydraulic to the south. Again, a general commercial parcel that by right could also apply for a building permit today or tomorrow.
John, I think since you are the landowner, let's
Thank you very
let
much.
you finish this up.
I'm almost done.
No, that's all right. So it's important that we hear.
Finally, the applicant, Cale Warren. He's a very sharp, impressive young man. He has both listened and heard to the concerns of the adjacent neighbors. He wants to build a business that is aesthetically pleasing and one that will increase the adjacent property values as well as be a positive impact to the area. He has agreed to the long list of additional costly requirements in an effort to mitigate those concerns. Additional landscaping, berms, visual screening, redesigning, reorienting the buildings, facing them inwards so no RVs are going to be seen from the street or the right-of-way or adjacent properties. He has agreed to it all, hopefully to achieve his dream. In closing, I would only offer that your county's professional staff has recommended approval. The MABC Planning Commission recommended approval, and I hope you do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean, for addressing us with that information. I do not see any questions, so we'll move to the next speaker. We have two more speakers. Next is Cale Warren. Kayla? Oh, okay. So the last one is Guy Gentry. Sorry. Okay, all right. So we have Guy Gentry by phone. So bear with us for a few minutes.
Guy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Good morning, Guy Gentry. Welcome to the commission meeting. We've been taking comments, trying to hold about 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Guy Gentry. I live at 6433 South Madison Court. I am the lake director for the Pine Bay Homeowners Association, and I'd like to get some concerns out here on the drainage that we don't really know what's going to happen with it.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, I could not hear that statement.
Well, we've had a pretty good discussion about drainage. If you're asking a question, we can address that again. What is the question?
Okay. There's a time delay on what I'm going to have to close that down. I'm only able to view this on TV, so I'm trying to hear on the telephone.
Okay. All right. Well, you might turn down your TV because it is time delay there, and we can just talk on the
Yes,
phone.
I've canceled it.
Okay.
Basically, just some things I'd like to clarify. Mr. Kelly Dixon, the enforcement of inoperable vehicles. Insurance underwriters say if you cannot get in and start and drive away a vehicle, you have an inoperable vehicle by definition. So that's something I'd like to clarify. The next thing I would like to mention is that the drainage goes down the ditches toward our lake. Right now, we have some salvage lots on the south. We've been worked hard for 20 years to keep the biology of the lake as pristine as possible. We have a stocked lake with bass, crappie, catfish, you name it, we've got it. And the drainage from the south has not been a problem so far, but I'm concerned that with RV storage, we're going to have gray water, we're going to have oil and gasoline that's going to get put into the drainage system, which will go a very few feet and then cross under hydraulic to the east and actually go into our landlocked lake with no way to filter, clean, or do anything with it. So they're really going to have to make sure that there is total control of the drainage from that property, or we will have a contamination problem. And if we have a contamination problem, the fish in the lake will most likely die, and that's a huge expense. So, I'm just asking them to please take a look. We have several test wells around the facility, around the lake, that we've already been monitoring for contamination. So far, we've been okay. But I have a feeling this may change it. I would be more than happy to take any commissioner and show them the area, tell them everything I know. I've lived here for 20 years, and I've done this with the lake for that long. I'd show you anything, answer any questions that you would like to see, just to bring this up to date before a vote, if you'd like. Again, my regards to the chairman and to Jim Howell. I know him from the past. Worked with Mr. Jim out at Cessna for a short time. My regards, and that's basically all I can say right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gentry. Are there any questions? I don't see any questions for Mr. Gentry, so thank you again for addressing us. Is there any other public comment that I can see that there are questions? So with that, we will close the public comment period on this item and bring the discussion back to the bench. Are you ready to come back up for any other further questions or comments? All right. Commissioners, you've had a lot of information. Is there any questions or comments as of now? Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I addressed everyone as we started this, I was interested in how that we can protect the homeowners long term. And so, Justin, could you answer a couple questions for me?
Yes, Commissioner.
It's been a couple years since I've been on the MAPC, so I need a little bit of refresher, if you would. Can we add another protective overlay on this piece of property and stipulate that if this business ever is no longer a viable business, it goes out of business, that the land reverts back to the current zoning?
I'll try to clarify. I think it would be an amendment to the protective overlay that's proposed by the Planning Commission is what you could do. I don't know if you could do quite that, Commissioner Dennis, because that would essentially be like a zone change or a modification of the zoning based on what happens in the future. What I think you could do, if there is a will on the part of the board to go further, perhaps in terms of restricting commercial uses than what the Planning Commission's recommended, is your protective overlay, as it's recommended to you right now, it just limits the uses to everything permitted under limited commercial plus this one use under general commercial. You could have a protective overlay that would only allow this one general commercial use, would not allow any other commercial uses. So I think you could have a protective overlay do that, but I don't think you could have it modify the zoning based on if the business stays in business or something along those lines. I don't think a protective overlay can quite do that, so.
Okay, so we can modify the protective overlay that was approved by the MAPC.
That's correct.
That says that it is limited to this one use.
Yes, you could do that, Commissioner Dennis. That would be permissible. And then, whether it be, the applicant, whether it be somebody years down the line, the only use would be the vehicle storage use permitted and contemplated within this application.
Okay. Well, as I well know and the commissioners know, the zoning goes with the land. So if it's no longer this use or this owner and someone else takes over for it, that's my worry, is that since the zoning goes with the land and not with the business, I'm trying to figure out a way of protecting that. So, and if it could revert back to any LC, there is a lot of uses that are very intrusive from any LC. So that's what I'd be in favor of modifying the existing protective overlay to limit it to this one use, and I'll hear what everyone else has to say, but that's my opinion right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, and then I'll go to Commissioner Lopez. So your intent is to keep it one use because it would prohibit from nothing against Quick Trip, great, but a 24-hour convenience store, high traffic. So it would.
Yeah, LC is pretty broad and it's pretty intensive use, and that I don't want to see in the future it get to that point unless it comes back through the process again. So I'd like to see if we could limit it to this one use for the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. I do have a few things. The first one is how we get to the total protest in that 200 feet, just like Councilman Crew said just a little bit ago. It was 1,000 for county, but because this touches the city, it's 200. That's correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Lopez. The way that the statute's worded, and I'll try to give as clear as an example as I can. If you had a property just in the unincorporated area, completely surrounded by unincorporated area, like the case before this one on the agenda, it will be more or less some sort of circular type 1,000-foot notice area around the property, and that's also the same area that's the protest area. If you have a property entirely within the city limits, then it's the same thing except it's 200 feet. That's the statutorily required notice area, and it also serves as the area for calculation of the protest percentage. However, state law says that if you've got a property that's on the edge of the city or the edge of the unincorporated area right near the city, that the best way to describe it would be in terms of how you read it together is that a property owner in the city will get notice on zoning cases within 200 feet, whether the case is within the city or in the unincorporated area. And if you're a property owner in the unincorporated area, whether the zoning case is in the city or the unincorporated area, you get notice if it's within 1,000 feet. And that's why the notice area you saw on the map today is not a circular area, because we're dealing with a property that's right on the edge of the city.
Can we bring that map back up of the protest? The total protest zone with the 26%. Okay, thank you. How much of this property in white that was not protested does the owner of the land that this is being proposed on own?
My understanding, and Mr. Fox is present, he can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe the two parcels that border this application area to the west are owned by Mr. Fox as well. So.
Okay, and I know that you guys.
Just one clarification.
Come up.
I'm sorry. It's a good point to bring up. The smaller lot directly to the west, that is owned by my daughter. We gifted her 2 acres, and she has built her dream home there as well. The other remaining 20 acres is our property.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about this before, and you sent examples of different zoning cases that included the whole of the property owner. But Are there also examples of when we would not include all of that? If we excluded that, and then to see
Sure.
what everybody besides the property owners protest?
And that's a good question, Commissioner Lopez. The way that the statute's worded, and I'm going to refer to it here in just a second, and this is dealing with KSA 12-757. If you've got, for example, the application area in this case is the entirety of a single parcel. But if, for example, the application area was only half of that parcel, the other half of that same parcel would not be calculated in the protest area, it'd not be part of the denominator for the protest area. The way that we've interpreted that statute, and I believe it's the way other jurisdictions have as well, is that it only applies if it's the same owner for the actual parcel, but it doesn't apply if it's the same owner on different parcels, because the statute uses the word specific property, and the closest parallel we could find on that would be a parcel. I will note on this, I think it's worth noting that at this point we are above the 20% threshold on the protest, and I think it's important to note that as a number of the neighbors have noted, there is strong neighborhood opposition, whether it's only 26%, I mean, or it's outside the notice area. I think when Kansas appellate courts have considered neighborhood opposition, they haven't limited it to just the notice area. So I think that's worth noting as well.
And so if we look at outside of the notice area, all of that in blue, those people did not receive a notice, that's correct?
That's correct. The notice area would be the same as the protest area, and so there would have been property owners that I have to assume heard about this through neighbors, HOA, other means that may, that would have not received notice of this in the mail, and it's possible that there's other property owners in the 1,000-foot area that because of the statute I cited earlier about a zoning case on the edge of the property would not have received a notice.
I just wonder what that number would be if they had received a notice, if we would take it to 1,000, because even though it touches the city, I mean, this is still going to affect their property as well, even though it's not within the 200 feet. So that's a concern that I do have. And I agree, if we could grow our economic development on the south side, it's very much needed. I don't see how this proposal spurs on more economic development on its own, so I struggle with that piece as well. But I think the biggest thing that I see with this is the South Wichita-Hayesville area plan that states it as commercial is from 2002, but then the Wichita-Sedgwick County Comprehensive Plan that changed it from commercial to residential was done in 2015. So it is a later one that went back and changed the earlier one. So I do have a little bit of fault there, just trying to reconcile switching it back after the comprehensive plan had its findings in 2015. So with that, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the owner of the property, Mr. Fox. Thank you for being here today. Sure. and appreciate you answering a couple questions. You made a comment just a moment ago that your daughter owns the lot just directly to the west of the subject property today, and you own the property to the west of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you actually live on that property?
Yes, I do. Right now, it's kind of unusual. I live in a 2,000 square foot wood shop building, and we are having our home foundation was just poured 3 days ago. So yes, we on the 20 acres. Okay. My daughter lives in the front. We have a common driveway. She just completed her home in October time period. She got out of the Navy and moved back home. So she built her house, and then that plan has always been to have as a family compound, so to speak. And so I originally built a wood shop in the building, and that's our temporary residence while we're having our home built.
So okay, so she does. You both live there on these properties currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so this must be an old picture because I don't see any structures on those two properties in this picture. That's okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
In one of the presentations done by Scott, it shows the one picture to the west of the property looking south, and that shows a picture of my daughter's new home. So, yep, the yellow house.
Okay. That's all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have other questions as well. this might be for Mr. Wadle. Is it Wadle or Waddle? How do you say that?
I've heard it all kinds of ways, but Wadle is
Wadle is your preference.
the correct way.
I'll try to do it the right way. Thank you. I think Wadle's a good way to say that. The properties on the north and on the northeast corners of this intersection that are general commercial. The ones on the east side appear to be essentially similar to the residential lots to the north of them. And the one on the northwest corner is larger. Do you know when those were granted that zoning classification?
I don't, sir. That's something we could look up, but I don't have that with me right now.
I mean, I'm just wondering if this goes back to our history of countywide zoning. I think started in the mid-'80s, and I think that the default for many properties was rural residential. But there was a few places where it may have been initially granted this, even without an applicant, perhaps, because of being near an intersection. So I'm just curious about the history of these, if someone applied for that zoning, or if it simply was granted when we went to countywide zoning.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer with me right now. Something we could research.
I understand. I think may have been you that when we spoke about this in my office. The two that are general commercial on the northeast, the owner of that lives next door. Is that correct?
I don't recall exactly, sir.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because I think on the protest of this, it's interesting to me that the people who apparently own the rest of those lots, in both cases, well, I should say not in that. I should say the one that directly to the north, never mind. I misunderstood that one point. Never mind. So right now, the folks that own the corner properties are not protesting this change.
That is correct.
All right. I may have other questions. I just need to think for just a minute. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I don't see any other comments, so if you've got some more questions, let's speak up. If not, I'll defer to, it's in Commissioner Lopez's district, so I don't see any other lights on, or Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a tough one. I see and have heard all sides of this, and there are many things to consider when, I'm not sure what motion will be made, but when you look at kind of the climate that we've been coming out of, as far as development and the need for it, I struggle with this because I want to make sure that I listen to all sides of this, and I'll just tell you that these are not fun decisions to make when it comes down to voting yes or no. And so that's kind of where I'm at with this. And I want you guys to know that I have taken the time to really hear and thoughtfully try to understand all sides of this. And so that really has, hopefully, with the drainage, probably is my biggest concern, just because drainage is a problem in all of our county. And so I've had a number of neighbors call me about drainage problems. I understand that water is very detrimental to things, and it's very important. So I want to make sure that we have all of those ducks in a row. And when it was platted in 2020, now was there a change in use? So I want to make sure that that is really taken care of. And so if you could just state for us one more time, when it was platted, it was taken into consideration. Now, if there are changes to this plan, because we heard a retention pond that wasn't really in the plans, do you have plans to do that if needed? I'm asking the applicant.
I can make it right.
So I have met with a dirt work professional at one time in the past, a couple of years ago, and he said that a retention pond would be something that may be required. So that's something I have thought about and considered. I would like to avoid it as much as possible to maximize the storage, but if that's something that is necessary, from a civil engineer, then that's something that can be planned for.
Okay, so the other concern was the elevation
Right.
of the buildings and the fence that would be, when you look in, are you going to be able to see? Can you address that concern?
The MAPC put in a request for an 8-foot solid screening fence, so that would,
And that's in your plan?
yes.
Okay. And so, as far as the landscaping or the berm that's around, that, in your opinion, is going to be enough to have a barrier? And then there was the setback of the 5 additional feet. So can you address those things?
So for the 5 additional feet, to maximize the building space and the storage space, the 5 additional feet would give some maneuverability for the vehicles to get in, turn the trailer around, and be able to back it in. For the stalls on the end right there, where the fence would butt up directly against the stall. So allow that few extra feet so they can have some room to maneuver. As far as the berm goes, the berm in the landscaping is to help minimize the impact of the visibility of the buildings. The 8-foot solid screening fence would prevent people from being able to see in. The berm helps, I don't want to say hide because that's not exactly correct, but mitigate the impact of the building, seeing the buildings. Because the buildings will be 14 to 16 feet tall on the sidewall with a roof. So you include that taper, it'll be 25 to 30 feet tall.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not really concerned about the plat at this time because it's already been perfected by some experts. In addition, depending on what you come up with for a site plan, they'll review it again to make sure that it still conforms with what was prepared. I believe that this property is suitable for what you're asking to be placed upon that property. I believe that it's been vacant for a sufficient amount of time and nothing has been developed there, and it is a prime location at the corner of 2 arterials for the rezoning. This was recommended by our professional staff, and I hold them in high regard. I've worked with them for a lot of years, and I understand that they review this very diligently. The entire MAPC has recommended this. The only worry that I do have is what happens if your business doesn't succeed and we rezone this piece of property. So I'd like to make a motion that we amend the protective overlay to prohibit, Justin, tell me the words, please, so that we get it right.
Commissioner Dennis, Justin Wagner, again, Assistant County Counselor. In this case, condition 1 or item 1 on the protective overlay currently says that uses shall be limited to those permitted by right in a LC limited commercial, in addition to vehicle storage as permitted in GC general commercial. I think what your motion could be, as I understand it, would be to amend the protective overlay item 1 to say that uses shall be limited, or the use shall be limited to those. In this case, I believe it would be permitted, and I'm going to look to Scott Wadle and J.R. Cox if they have any input, but I think you could say to those permitted by right in rural residential might be appropriate, in addition to vehicle storage as permitted in GC general commercial. That would allow all the uses that are currently allowed on the property as it's rural residential zoning, plus this single use under GC general commercial. Okay. I don't have anything to add to that, so that's what I would suggest if I'm understanding what you have in mind, Commissioner Dennis.
Very good, thank you. Then I would like to make a motion that we approve this rezoning, but amend condition 1 of the protective overlay to those uses limited to vehicle storage in RR, to those per RR in addition to vehicle storage. Did I get it right?
That motion articulated?
I think that's correct, Commissioner Dent, sorry.
Okay, so we'll get the motion. All right, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Cruz, this is a very hard one for me. I see arguments on both sides of this one, and I think no matter what happens here today, someone's going to walk out of here probably pretty upset. I would challenge us to find ways to do this that moves towards a middle point. I don't know if that's even possible. But I don't think we've actually heard enough about the screening today. I don't know if we understand exactly in terms of this berm and these trees, if this is irrigated in fescue grass or is this just a hill that's barren with stickers on it. We don't know what this berm is. I think the idea of 4 to 6 feet, in my opinion, is not defined. In my opinion, 4 to 6 feet means 4 feet. And I don't know if that's fair or not, but the height of these trees I don't think is defined, the maturity. I have a question. What happens if these trees die for some reason? Is there some kind of ongoing requirement to replace these trees? You're welcome to comment, by the way, if this is a question.
It may be before, I mean, will defer to, after I make this comment, to planning staff. I would point out, and I think Scott had mentioned this in his presentation, there has been a lot of discussion both at the planning commission level and during today's meeting about the berm. The berm is actually not part of the protective overlay right now. The applicant's proposed doing that. There are other things the applicant has proposed doing that are not necessarily part of the protective overlay. If that would be the will of the board, you could add some of those items into the protective overlay. But right now, they're just things that he's contemplating doing or proposing to do and that has been talked about, but they're not actually part of the recommendation from the MAPC, and they're not part of Commissioner Dennis's motion at this time as well. So, but I would defer to your question that you just asked MAPD.
You know, sometimes we talk about making sausage from the bench, and I don't know how to make a motion at this point, but I am concerned about the potential for billboards. I'm concerned about this berm and these trees are not part of the protective overlay. And so in terms of whether it's 4 feet and whether these are seedlings and whether they are, going to go up to 8 feet tall or 10 feet tall or 14 feet tall, and what happens if they die? We don't have good definition in terms of enforcement of any of this. It's not part of the requirements today. We don't know about the colors. We don't know what I think, again, if you were going to do this, it was very high end, and it would look very, like a very high end operation, then I think there may be some mitigation towards a lot of these concerns today. But I tell you right now, if I was, again, I'm just speaking personally. I've lived in Derby this time since 1998, and I've driven past this I don't know how many times, thousands of times, I'm sure. The properties are to the north of this. There's pictures here of, in my opinion, lots of issues there. Some of the properties going to the north from this intersection are eyesores. But I have a feeling these go way back to before we had countywide zoning. And I don't know that for a fact. Again, I don't think I've got the data to know that for sure. But since 1998, at least, these areas have been like this. And I'm concerned about those properties specifically. If we could clean those up and do something to remedy that, I think it'd be a good thing for the community. But of course, people have property rights. And to the extent that they are using their property the way they want and they're doing it, there's not much that can happen there. So I am concerned about a lot of these things, but I don't know that the light pollution has been completely defined what that's going to be in terms of these homes are homes on lakes and golf course. The price point of these homes, some of these are $1 million, some of them are over $500,000. I can tell you that I've been looking for property around my district. This is actually across the river, so it's not in my district, at least right now. And I would love to find a large lot to build a house one of these days, but I can tell you those 10 homes along 63rd and Hydraulic that haven't developed, why not? Well, one of those has 11,000 cars a day, and your entrance would be off of 63rd Street. And the other one has nearly 6,000 cars a day, and your entrance would be off of Hydraulic. And since you don't know what's going across the street, I can see someone not really wanting to build an expensive home on one of those lots because it's not sure what's going to happen around them. If this was platted for streets and homes, I would bet that both the southwest corner and the southeast corner would probably develop. But it's not going to, probably because we don't know what's going to happen across the street. But by putting this in there, it seals the fate of those 10 homes. And I'm concerned about that. I think that the reality is that anybody who might have been interested in buying one of those properties and developing that on the east side, they're going to lose total interest if they look across the street and see this type of operation. I'm also a huge advocate for property rights, but I know property rights is a two-way street. And that's why these things come before boards like this. It makes it very difficult to decide what's best for the community. I don't know that I'm happy with the protective overlay as is currently amended by the maker of the motion. I think there's other things that should be added to that, but I don't know that I want to make sausage from the bench. Right now, I'm kind of inclined not to support this. I'll just tell you that up front. We're going to vote here in just a moment. I would prefer to send this back for some cleanup on the protective overlay. And I think there's more data that I would love to have regarding the history of the properties to the north and some other aspects that's been raised today. So I have some concerns right now. I'm not sure I'm ready to vote for approval today. I think I need to have my questions answered, and I think the protective overlay could be better. So with that, I probably will be opposed to this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Lopez?
So I agree with Commissioner Howell on a lot of that. I would like to see more defined plan on many of the things that we've talked about today and what our community has stated they have concern with. I think that's really important before we can agree on this at all. But it just seems, I don't know, the South Side really kind of, I think gets told what they're going to do a lot. And I think that when we look at, does this improve the community? I would like to see, or I would like to know the definition of community, because the people this is going to affect the most are the people here protesting. And I think it's really important that, they have their voices heard on this bench. Because of that, I would like to make a motion that we send this back. We get some of these things answered better that we've been discussing. Drainage is one that I would definitely like to see. And I'd also like to look at a crime study to see if any other places like this have raised a crime in the area. That would be important. And an environmental study to see if the drainage would be going into these lakes. That would be important for me to see as well. So I would make a motion, we send this back, we get some more information, and go from there.
Commissioner Lopez, Mike Papoon, County Councilor, I think you'll need to make a substitute motion. There's
Substitute
a
motion then.
Yeah, make
Yes.
a substitute.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a substitute motion. I know when we send it back to MAPC, if it goes back, it has to have specific, do you have it? Is what Commissioner Lopez said specific enough?
Chairman, to that question, I believe it is. The way it's worded in the statute is that you return it with a statement specifying the basis for your failure to approve or deny. And I think implicit in that is guiding the Planning Commission on what you'd like them to look into further. And I believe Commissioner Lopez identified items that she would like the Planning Commission to look into. So.
All right. That it's a sufficient substitute motion identified correctly. Okay.
Correct.
And there's been a second. Any other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Chairman. Again, these are not part of the motion, but I just want to make comments so that these comments hopefully get to MAPC. I would like it, again, I think the applicant's actually indicated that he's interested in putting in a single sign that basically be near the corner. I guess I'd like to have that defined in the predictive overlay, exactly what that is. He said it'd be non-illuminated. I think that should be clarified. I would like the lighting to be further clarified, exactly what type of lighting will be around this facility. I would like to have the single entrance clarified in this plan, so it's clarified there's a single access point on the hydraulic. I think the screening needs to be further defined. Again, I think the berm and trees ought to be part of this, but I think it ought to be, my opinion, should be required to be in perpetuity, to be landscaped and maintained. And should there be landscape that would die and become eyesore, that there would be some type of enforcement mechanism to make sure that they continue that. I'd like to have removal of the 2 billboard potential options. Again, I don't think that they oppose that necessarily, but again, these are just some things to make this better. Doesn't mean that either side's going to be happy, but I think these are things that ought to be considered by MAPC. And if they agree with my concerns on this, they would add some language to the protective overlay, and I think those things ought to be considered. Thank you, Chairman.
I would add, Chairman, and I'm not trying to put Commissioner Lopez on the spot, if as the motion maker and as Commissioner Cruz the second, if they wish to add those to the motion, those items could be added. They don't have to be added. That's certainly at the discretion of the motion maker in the second.
We can add those.
Okay, and
Is that enough? Sufficient?
yes, I think it is, and I guess the question would be if the second concurs with that.
Yeah, that's precisely what I was going to add. I mean, I think I would be inclined to support this if there was more information. And I think to the applicant's point, I think that there is some clarification that we can make within your plan to address some concerns of the neighborhood. To Commissioner Howell's point, no matter what we do, someone's going to walk out of here angry. And that is what makes this job so difficult, because I have heard concerns, I have heard, plans for the future. Development for the south side is important. How do we come to a happy medium? And so I think sending this back is one reason why I support it, or sending this back for clarification is one reason why I did support that, because I don't believe it's squashed yet. I don't believe it's approved yet. I think we still have some work to do, and that's where I sit on this matter.
Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support the motion. If we can make it better, that is fine. I think that in the future, it's probably going to end up with some type of commercial, so I hope the homeowners understand that. But if we can make it so that it's less intrusive, and that was what my intention with my motion that I made, was to try and keep it as least impactful on the neighborhood as we could. But this is a whole lot better than what you could end up with there. So I will support and vote in favor of the substitute motion to send it back to the MAPC and see what they come up with. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see other comments. I've been listening a lot. I'm a little nervous that this commission is stepping deeply into the rules of MAPC. I don't think the type of grass on a berm is something that we should be putting in a sandback and a height of a tree and separation between. But if that's what, so hopefully MAPC can look at the things under the current rules and guidelines that are legitimate without over-regulating and additional costs that make something impossible to do based on regulations. Is just my observation. But with that, there's a motion, or a substitute motion, and a second. So I don't see other comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Okay, this item goes back to MAPC. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, can we take a 5-minute break? Okay. Or how about a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 11:35. Okay, we've returned from recess. It is, according to my watch, 11:35, so we will resume the board meeting. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item I, resolution establishing a Citizens Advisory Board in the 1st County Commission District of Sedgwick County.
Mr. Papoon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mike Papoon, County Councilor. Item I is the establishment of a Citizens Advisory Board in your district, Chairman's District Number 1. The resolution I've prepared is very similar to the other resolutions establishing CABs for the other county commissioner. 7 to 11 members, with 4 being a quorum at any meeting. Can get into any more detail that you would like, Mr. Chairman, but otherwise, I think the resolution is proper form and ask that you adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'm very, very familiar with advisory boards, being 7 years at City Council where it was it's required in the city ordinances to have a advisory board which has votes that are official on record. I think the time is right. We've got some stuff going on in this district that I represent that an advisory board would be a good step. So I'll start taking applications and assign members if the board approves this. So I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution establishing a Citizens Advisory Board in the District 1 county.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Any other questions? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item J, resolution repealing Resolution 51-2016 regarding targeted mill levy for Sedgwick County.
Okay, Mr. Papoon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At the request of Commissioner Dennis, I have prepared a resolution that would essentially rescind, more than essentially, would rescind Resolution number 51-2016, which was adopted by this body on March 23rd in 2016. This was a resolution at the time that established a targeted mill levy for Sedgwick County. It said that the maximum target for the mill levy to be assessed by Sedgwick County during the budgeting process for budget years 2017 through 2022 would be 29.359 mills, and for budget years thereafter it would drop to 28.758 mills. And this was a home rule resolution adopted by the board at this time. The resolution that I have prepared would, I'll get to that resolution. This resolution essentially just repeals that resolution and would make it no longer effective. Another home rule resolution and just repealing a former home rule resolution. So there's a resolution and it's up for your consideration and discussion.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, if you read through the resolution, it specifies things have changed a little bit, and with the passage of recent legislation that require even more transparency, which I think is good. I think that that previous resolution, it's lived its usefulness. And now it's time to move forward and comply with Senate Bill 13 and the requirements of that. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution.
Okay, I'll second that. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to provide a little bit of background, and I guess I have some concerns about this motion, or about this resolution. Senate Bill 13, in my opinion, it's presumptive that the governing body is not going to raise property taxes by a penny. And if you do, then notification requirements are triggered so that the taxpayers are aware of what the governing body is proposing, and it sets up a couple of public hearings so that people can address their elected officials before that proposed increase in tax dollars is approved by that governing body. I anticipate that Sedgwick County, like probably every other governing body, is probably going to see small increases in their property tax revenues from year to year. So I call this a baked-in cost. I think transparency is fantastic. I support it. In fact, I supported Senate Bill 13 as it went through the legislative process. But it's more about informing the electorate what we are doing as elected officials. And I think that to spend a small amount of money to be transparent and to inform those folks of what we're doing is a very, very good idea. Do I think we're not going to raise our budget by a penny? No, I'm afraid I don't. I think if you look at the history of Sedgwick County, I think every single year, probably in the history of Sedgwick County, we've seen an increase in property tax collections from year to year. If there are exceptions, there's very few. And with that, I would say if you look at the mill levy rate, that's a rate of taxation that's based on the assessed value of the community, the rate really hasn't changed much. This target of 29.359 was something that we established when we I think started the bonds on the exploration place, which is set to expire or be paid off in 2022, hence the 0.601 mil decrease. If we don't capture that, we simply keep the mill levy at 29.359 going forward, then that would certainly be money that would be available for other things. And that may be fine, but I think it's good to have a goal. And what this does, if you look at the resolution, it uses the word targeted mill levy. Once again, the process is we pass a budget based on some goal of some target mill levy. Now, again, that target mill levy, the mill levy eventually is calculated by the county clerk. And usually there's a small technical adjustment to that mill levy primarily because of appeals that happen in the property tax, in the property appraisal process. And so if the assessed value is slightly reduced because of appeals, then the mill levy typically would have a small increase. Most governing bodies use last year's mill levy as a basis for the next year's budget. Now, of course, you could simply ignore that and do whatever you want. You could increase it to any amount of money, or any amount, and simply disregard the mill levy history. And many smaller jurisdictions actually do that. If you look at townships, for example, there seems to be no concern about drastically changing mill levy from year to year. Improvement districts are the same way. But cities and counties typically use that mill levy as a guide for the following year's budget. Again, we, in the past, before we established this resolution, we also accepted the technical adjustment from the previous year as a basis for the following year's budget. And again, we could do whatever we wanted to do. We could increase it any amount until this resolution essentially wrote out, if you will, a target for us to focus on. Under the Truth in Taxation Law passed in, I think, 2013, I believe it was, and then the tax lid was passed in 2015, and then we also addressed that in 2016, did a trailer bill in 2016, fixed that. Senate Bill 13 does repeal that. So now we have really no limits as to what governing bodies can do. We can do whatever we want to do. Again, as long as we inform the taxpayers, there is no cap, there's no lid, there's no requirement other than the fact that we notify them and eventually we vote on whatever it is that we do. I think it's great to have a target. And so, again, my interpretation of the word target is that's the target we use to develop our budget. Again, if there's a will of this commission, notwithstanding the resolution that establishes a target, I think we have the legal right to deviate. It's a legal interpretation, I suppose. But I think it's great to have a target. And so I think that the resolution was passed in 2016 was very well intentioned. And I think to give this 0.601 mils back to the taxpayers, simply just try to capture that for unknown things, I think is still good policy. I don't think Senate Bill 13 necessarily gives us any actual goals on what the mill levy should be. It just creates transparency, which again I totally support, but it doesn't give us any type of guidance as to what that mill levy should be when we develop a budget. So I'm going to oppose this motion today. I think that the history of this was great. Any governing body, county commission, can certainly change this as needed any year. I think we did a good job back then, and I think it's great to have a goal. If we wanted to adopt some type of difference in our target mill levy. I think we could certainly have that discussion, but to remove a target, in my opinion, just says that we are basically, there's no guarantee to the taxpayers what we plan to do going forward. So I'm going to oppose the motion. Thank you today. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. Each year we can vote to set a target. We can do that every year. Our debt policy did change, and so this needs to change too. And I believe that this is the right move for this commission, and I will be supportive of this.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I don't see any other comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item K, update of COVID-19 fiscal response.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lindsay Poe-Rousseau, your CFO, and I'm here for now well over a year bringing you updates on our COVID financial response. I'm going to give you several updates today. We're going to talk through the kind of where we stand today with our spending. We're going to talk about what we know about ARPA and kind of where we stand and how we're positioned to do that. So you do have at your desks, if I can figure out how to minimize this. Akeem, can you minimize so I can pull up my PowerPoint? It's not urgent. But toward the end of this, I'm going to go through a PowerPoint, but I promise you, you will see that that is a thick packet. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it. Thank you for the thumbs up. But I just want to, there are a few points in there that I think make some good information for you all to be aware of. So with that, all right, we're going to have a momentary break for technical difficulties.
A moment of silence.
Hopefully not. No, I'm going to have good news for you today. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry.
No, don't be. You're fine.
Perfect. And so just as a visual illustration, here's all the information I've presented to you in the last year. This is just my packet of presentations to you. So today's is much shorter. So what we're going to talk about first, like I said, is where do we stand with our COVID spending? So as of yesterday, our COVID spending since March 17th of 2020, so just a little over a year and 2 months, is $118,377,250. Staggering. So non-CARES, if we're just talking about what the county's general fund has spent, we are at $13,724,158. Now, the last time that I was here at the end of March, that number was $8.2 million. So you can tell most of this is related actually to temporary employment services over at the health department for vaccines. There has still been a significant amount of work done by our organization to address COVID. So that is up $5.5 million from the last time we talked. $4.6 million is that temp staffing. We also have had costs for printing, facility leases, security services, cleaning services, PPE, and technology equipment. And if you would like details on those, we're more than happy to provide those, but I know Brent just covered quite a bit of that in his quarterly report last week. We have spent $43,000 out of the Fire District General Fund, and we spent about $58,000 in that very first bucket of coronavirus emergency supplemental funding. So then let's talk about CARES. So we received a direct allocation of $99.6 million, right? So of that, we are today at actual spending of $94,833,999. Of that, $57.8 million has gone to support the county's COVID response. The bulk of that has obviously been for temporary positions or public safety or public health personnel. We also have paid just under $1 million in that Family First Coronavirus Relief Act leave that ended back in December. And we have another $468,000 just since the last time we talked, mostly on advertising. So you might recall that we did order 2 Panther Fusion machines. Unfortunately, just due to timing, we didn't get both of those in a timely fashion, so we canceled our order for one of those. And so that funding was diverted to pay for this advertising, since it was basically the same type of effort to get testing and vaccinations out there. So that is the county portion of CARES funding. Of course, this commission also authorized a number of programs to invest funding in cities, schools, public health and social service agencies, and economic revitalization. And so of those funds that were committed, $37,030,213 have been spent. And that's up from about $27.3 million the last time we talked, because basically what has happened is we've received documentation and substantiation for many of those public health, social service, and city entities that hadn't received all of their money up front. And so we were actually able to process those expenses. So again, $5 million was set to schools. We had $15 million set to cities. We've paid out $14.8 million of that based on documentation that's been received to date. We have spent to date $15.3 million to those public health and social service agencies based on that deadline of March 12th, where they had to submit all their documentation. It goes through a first round of audit and then a second round of audit before that money is paid out. So closeout is underway for those. And then, of course, we had 1,302 businesses that received safe operating grants up to $5,000. And so those funds, of course, have all been paid out, and we're now actually into our second round of compliance audit for all of those folks. So we started with $99,636,917. We have spent $94,833,999. So that leaves us with just barely over $4.8 million of CARES funding that we received that we have not pushed out the door. Now, we do know, of course, that some of those entities, I know you have been contacted by several, were not able to substantiate their full awards. And so we know that when that occurs, that leaves funding then on the table. We still have to spend it in the same type of way that we spent other CARES funding. So as I mentioned, we've had significant funding out of the general fund. At some point, we will come back to you with a revised spending plan, and potentially a good use for those funds would be that temporary employment service funding, which would then provide some flexibility in the general fund to do some of the things that this commission has identified as priorities related to the budget. So on Spark spending, I have, this is not the good news I promised you earlier, but on Spark spending, we did spend every penny of that, just under $9.3 million, and we actually have received our closeout letter from the state saying that they are happy with the performance and all the documentation that we provided them, so certainly that is good news. So what's happening now? We are wrapping up CARES and trying to get all of those funds out the door, and then trying to come up with a revised spending plan. Of course, we will consult with Tom and commissioners to figure out what that needs to look like, and we will bring that back. Now, I have some excellent, amazing, wonderful news to share with you that the auditors have said we can share. So this morning, we found out that BKD, who does our financial audit, has completed their testing for our CARES funding, what's called the single audit. There are no findings at all. So a perfect audit report. So I'm going to take 5 seconds here. I know everybody's really busy, but this is an incredible effort by this commission, by management staff, by departments, especially by the finance team members and legal staff who worked so hard to make sure that we complied with the letter of this. Hopefully this means nothing but good things when the OIG comes. So wonderful news that I'm ecstatic to be able to share with you. So what else are we doing? We are going through what's called an after action review. Basically, if you're familiar with post-audit at the state level, we are having someone come in and look at our processes and procedures for what we did with CARES to tell us how we did. We are putting them in touch with people we know are happy and had a good time going through the process, and people who we know had some struggles and some frustrations, so that we can get good feedback and make sure that as we go through ARPA, we are better positioned to do as well as we possibly can. And we expect to have a report back about this time in June, and so we will bring that those recommendations back to you and obviously incorporate that in whatever we propose. We are continuing to spend some funding, obviously, out of the general fund in 2021 related to COVID. And so you actually will have an agenda item on your consent at your first meeting in June. We're going to ask for yet another $2.5 million to be moved out of the reserve, bringing that grand total up to $15 million, which is consistent with what we expected to spend. We were just a little optimistic that maybe we wouldn't get there, but it turns out our department heads knew exactly what they were talking about when they gave us those estimates. And then, of course, we are working diligently toward ARPA. And so I'm going to transition now to this presentation. Again, I promise we will not get into all of the details, but basically this is what we know now. And so this is a compilation. Everything that you will see here comes from an external source. It comes either from the Government Finance Officers Association, the National Association of Counties, BKD, or the State Recovery Office. So if we're not in a meeting, you can almost bet we're in a webinar, learning as much as we can about ARPA. And so this consolidates some of the highlights. So the first item, and this is something that we talked about back in March, are some key principles that the Government Finance Officers Association suggests that every entity that receives ARPA funding will follow. And I just want to highlight this second bullet. This is a temporary infusion of funding. This is stressed by every entity, and you'll see it pop up if you look through the whole packet multiple times. This is not funding where we want to try and do like a base pay adjustment increase. This isn't something where we want to try and take on new programs that have operational costs and pay the operational costs just for those to then be shifted to the rest of the organization afterwards. And so those are just some cautionary things that we have heard. You will hear us talk about many terms up in the coming days, weeks, months, years on ARPA. One of those is shall, mandatory, another is may, another is encourage, and then the constant theme. So we have a 150 plus page interim final rule from the feds. Something that is consistent throughout there is that our response needs to be proportional and consistent. We need to evaluate the level of harm and then respond with an appropriate amount to fix that harm and no more. And so that will take precision, accuracy, and unfortunately time. There are common questions about how can counties use these funds. Capital improvements are options, but there's no good guidance yet on how that looks. But that is certainly something, as we've talked about emergency preparedness and mental health, that those are things for us to keep a close eye on, even though we know that there are other buckets of funding that may be out there. We can use it for basically it says a property tax relief. Now, you can't use it to reduce your taxes, but you can use it to maintain your current level of service so that you don't have to cut anybody. And so that's an important distinction, and especially as we wait to see how the revenue situation is impacted with our recovery, that's good to know that that's an option for us. We can use it for compliance costs. Now, we cannot use it for interest-bearing accounts. We can't use it for pension funds. We can't use it to build our reserves. We have to use it on our actual day-to-day costs. So, yes, we now have some preliminary information, but I want to point you to this slide that gives some key dates. So we actually will have until July 9th to submit questions to the Treasury before we get our non-interim final rule. So we still have opportunities to get clarification on things like capital improvements. We are going to have to submit recovery plan performance reports each year in July. And so that will be something that will start this year. And then you can see that we have to start making quarterly reports after that on how we are proceeding with our spending and our plans, which is not anything different than what we saw with CARES. It just goes on longer. Now, a couple of interesting points I will point you to on the bottom of this slide. December 31st, 2024, we have to have obligated, said how we're going to spend it. But they give us actually until the end of 2026 to actually spend the funding. So this is a 5-year span of time, even though we thought it was just through 2024 when it originally came out. Now, these next few slides are just some of the excerpts from some of the guidance we've gotten if you want to do any deep dives on that timing or what those words mean. These next few slides are also not anything particularly new. We've talked about what the eligible uses of the funds are, supporting the public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, providing equity-focused services. So there's quite a bit of emphasis on public health and mental health, and making sure that those services are targeted to vulnerable populations. And there's actually some specific guidance they give us on how we can identify what those populations are. So we'll be coordinating that with our consultants and hopefully coordinating with other entities receiving these funds to make sure we can get that targeted. We can use it to replace lost revenue, but I will tell you the formula that's in here intimidates even me to try and figure out exactly how we can measure what the dollars were that we had in 2019 and the baseline going forward. So that will be an interesting discussion. Another interesting part of this is that in terms of replacement of lost revenue, governments measure each year. So one of the things we'll need to talk about as we talk about a spending plan is how much do we hold back for that potential opportunity, because we measure it at the end of each year. Yes, sir.
I know it's kind of you're giving us a broad overview, and thank you, but I just noticed on replace lost revenue, after the budget stuff we just went through, so large number was to cybersecurity, and so this can maybe relieve some of that CIP stress. If, okay.
Potentially.
Same with, I mean, health services is a big word, so a lot of that. So my recollection says we had some pretty big numbers in those areas. So
we do, and that will be something we keep a close eye on. And one of the things that we'll get to it as we get a little bit later in this presentation is there are so many buckets of funding. This was nearly a $2 trillion package, right? This is only only 350 billion of that total package. There are so many other possible revenue streams, and everything we're hearing from all of our professional associations and our consultants is you need to use up those other streams because this is so broad. Kind of use this last to backfill. Try and go after those targeted things, maybe for economic development or maybe for substance use or mental health, because there are significant buckets of funding, and public health that are out there, and new opportunities being presented to us every day. So certainly keeping our eye on that. Another slide on replacement of lost revenue. So premium pay, this is a huge issue. We know we have heard about parts of our organization that are struggling. One of the important clarifications that came out of this interim final rule is that premium pay may only be used for those workers who actually are showing up to do work. If it is a remote worker, even though their work is valuable, and we need that continuity of operation, it's really about the risk that our employees are exposed to. Are they in person and therefore have less control, less ability to reduce the risk, or not? So that will be a part of any evaluation we do. It also says it can be an addition. It should be $13, up to $13 an hour, no more than $25,000 per employee over the life of the performance term. So certainly that's something that we need to take into account. It also allows us to look back to the performance period and compensate those employees who are on the front lines. So you may remember when we talked before, we didn't know how that was going to work because the performance period starts March 3rd, 2021, and thankfully we were most through the worst of the pandemic here in our area. But we are allowed to look back on that. So that's going to be something we need to study. It also asks employers to focus on low and moderate income workers. And it actually gives us a figure that we refer to out of the U.S. Census Bureau about wages to try and calculate that. And then if folks make a certain amount, we have to have special reporting requirements. So unfortunately, this is not going to be as easy as maybe we thought originally. A distinction between CARES and ARPA is that in CARES, we are allowed to presume that public safety and public health employees were doing COVID-related work. We're not allowed to do that now. We actually have to trace it to the hour and have that specific pay only reimbursed. So that will put a little more administrative burden on our departments if we want to try and pursue that. It also allows us to focus on water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, but we do know there's additional funding coming for broadband. So this is probably not an area that we would want to focus on. It allows us to pay our administrative costs and third-party consulting, which of course is very important to us since we did receive such wonderful assistance from our colleagues at Witt O'Brien's, BKD, and DRS through the last several months. It defines ineligible expenses. It talks about reporting requirements. This is from a presentation that BKD actually gave yesterday, just scaring us a little bit. Multiple layers of complex regulations in ARPA. And so, again, we're going to be careful and deliberate to make sure that hopefully we can get a perfect ARPA audit, like our Perfect CARES audit. Now, here are some best practices that were pushed out by the State Recovery Office yesterday. So I will remind you that they used the same type of consultants that we did. And so this is consistent with what we are hearing ourselves directly. They talk about prioritization, collaboration as a key point, again, because we know the state is receiving more than just under 1.6 billion. And Wichita is receiving 72.4 million. We expect other cities to receive funding through a state distribution. So we want to make sure that we are maximizing our efforts. They say that operations, we need to establish our organizational structure. I think we've already done that. We want to make sure that we monitor use of our funds by subrecipients. So I know that you love it when I say uniform guidance. Those were the federal rules that we had to use for basically giving money, passing money along in this last round. We were only subject to 3 parts of uniform guidance for CARES. We are subject to all of them for this round. And so that scrutiny on those subrecipients, those people who get money, is actually going to be even more intensive for this go round. So I think that's important for all of us to note at the beginning. Now, the rest of this are common pitfalls that BKD identified as they did their reviews and audits. I'm really going to spend not a lot of time on this, but this first one is where we are today, needs assessment. So we have been working with Wood O'Brien's to put together both an internal and an external needs assessment. That external needs assessment is actually pretty much ready to go. It's way shorter than what we did for CARES, but it's going to help us understand priorities. I know that Brent, in his conversations with that COVID-19 task force yesterday, was talking about that. We're right now getting it translated into Spanish and Vietnamese also, so that it will get posted and hopefully pushed out at the end of this week, and we'll ask people to give us feedback by June 30th. Hopefully that truly will be a community-wide needs assessment, meaning we'll be able to collaborate with our partners to put together a community-wide spending plan. And Brent is here in the audience, and I am happy to defer to him if you have any specific questions on that. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Lopez?
Will we be advertising that a lot?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we will have it on our website, but we're hoping to be able to provide a link to others to post on their website so that they can kick it just right back over to us. We're also making sure that we will make that available in paper form so that maybe folks who aren't as technologically savvy or maybe don't have access are going to be able to complete that survey, and we'll get it back. So,
can we add a QR code on paper as well in case someone sees that?
I don't know, but I can ask.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll do that. And then we're also working to put together our internal needs assessment, so that'll go out to our department heads. We need to understand some of these options for them. Many of those things that we heard about during budget discussions that could be ARPA eligible, we want to make sure we understand what those potential needs are and that we have the opportunity to evaluate those. We do intend to have an internal needs assessment and an internal spending plan done independently of our external spending plan, because of the fact that we need to do that collaboration, because of the fact that we are encouraged to collaborate with partners to develop a spending plan and also go after those other buckets of funding first and kind of use this as a backstop. So certainly there's going to be a lot of partnership, sharing of resources. We know there is some urgency. This community wants to get rolling, get back to normal, get that recovery underway. So we want to be sensitive to that, but we also want to make sure that we are in compliance with the rules and finding the right funding source for these projects. So this needs assessment is going to be something that's really critical for us. We've talked about the federal procurement. We've talked about all of the reporting. We've talked about the eligibility. That's why we have consultants. And then there's some other more technical things that they point out about the guidance causing confusion and the way that we report and monitor people, the way that we track payroll costs. I know that was a big issue for some of our subrecipients, is understanding how to allocate and track their COVID-related time. Making sure that we are not only prepared for BKD to come in and do their audit of us, but also to make sure we're prepared if OIG shows up. And then, of course, making sure that we understand that all of the obligations that are placed on the county are placed on anyone who comes beneath us. All of those obligations follow through. Then making sure that we reconcile information. The Recovery Office put out some resources for counties and cities. And so I think this is a wonderful list of information and resources. It is available out on their website, so I hope that maybe some of our friends in SCAC or other areas might be able to go out and find this information, because I think they'll be, it sounds like they're pretty dedicated to making sure this gets updated. Next steps at the state level, I just threw this in. This again is from the Recovery Office. It looks an awful lot like what we're doing. Reading guidance, coming up with needs assessments, trying to figure out who our partners are. So a lot of information. The reason I throw all of this at you is because I want you to understand that when we tell you we don't know, or when we tell you it's going to take time, it's not because we're not working hard. It's because there's a lot out there. And so we will be doing our best. We will be communicating with you as much as you want to be communicated with, collaborating with you to understand your needs and expectations as we go forward. So with that, I recommend you receive and file, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Lopez.
I just have one question. Are school districts receiving money directly?
They are. Well, I don't know that they are receiving it directly, but there's state departments of education. There's actual specific funding for them and for universities in the big ARPA bucket.
So that won't come from us at all?
If that was something that this commission chose to supplement, that would certainly be something we could talk about, but it's not, we won't have the same level of obligation this time that we did last time.
Okay, I know last time I heard a lot about schools and wishing they had received more funding than they did. So I don't know if it would be possible. Could we get someone to go speak to different Board of Education meetings around this needs assessment and really help them kind of plan out not help them plan it out, but give them guidance on how they can put something together to receive that funding?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of a joke. We can't use this to offset the price of 2x4s, can we?
No, sir.
Okay. I thought.
Nice try.
Yeah. That's one of those things that's just interesting that there's, the economy is different today than it was a year ago. And again, so this money can't be used for things like that, obviously. And I already knew the answer. Looking at one of the slides for premium pay for essential employees, you have two here listed that I think obviously tie back to county staff. One of those is public health and safety staff and social service and human services staff. Are there other departments in the county that potentially would be qualified under this list of descriptions?
Yes, so this is actually not an all-encompassing list. So Tom is the chief executive, may designate other positive employees, but again, they have to, we're going to have to substantiate why they were essential, how they had to come to work, and all of that.
Now, one of the things I think is a basic philosophy, I guess, that I have, I'm not sure anybody else agrees with me or not, but this is a temporary revenue stream. It's an influx of money to the county. And as such, I would like to do it, I like to use this money for one-time considerations. I don't want to set us up for unsustainable salary choices. And so to these folks that are qualified under this, I would really like to develop longevity strategy, longevity or retention bonus policy, if we can do it legally. And second thing I would like to look at is potentially recruitment bonuses tied to continued service to the county. Again, I think that everywhere you look right now, there's a labor shortage, and I think that is real. And I know that we have challenges here in Sedgwick County on recruiting and retaining the right staff. And so to the extent that we would like to use some of this money for those ideas, rather than just pump it into dollars per hour, which I think is unsustainable, because again, this is a temporary revenue stream. I'd like to see if we can explore ways of doing this with longevity or retention bonuses and recruitment bonuses tied to service.
We can certainly look into it. I will tell you now, just based on the guidance and the plethora of webinars that I've sat on right now, that is not an uncommon question from many communities, because many communities are struggling. But so far, the reaction has not been positive that they think we'll be able to do that kind of thing. But it doesn't stop us from asking.
I guess I would like to advocate in the form of a question back before your July deadline, so that they understand we have that challenge. And then secondly, I'd like to, again, on the one page from, it says best practices local government should consider prioritization. identify existing programs that require ongoing funding. So that tells me that it would likely displace, if you will, our current commitment to using general fund, wherever the revenue comes from, for those existing programs. And so again, that may free up some funds, but I do think it sets us up for sustainability issues within our budget.
And I think the idea behind that one is if you have lost so much revenue that you would not be able to sustain that program otherwise, this would be an opportunity for you to be able to continue to provide that service, not necessarily just to replace it because to free up money for other
Based on the
things.
budget hearings we just went through, I would tell you that our sales tax revenue is not down, and our property tax revenue is not down. In fact, I think we have revenue increases to the Sedgwick County that actually makes, I think our needs are outpacing the revenue, but our revenues actually are up. So I don't know how we would argue that we've lost revenue.
Well, and like I said, there's a really complicated formula that we'll look into, and we'll let you know how that plays out when we do the analysis.
And with respect to the next statement, identify unmet needs that require new funding. My basic assumption on that would be primarily capital outlay for, again, mental health campus might be the number one thing we should obviously highlight.
Yes, the guidance emphasizes services to the community because there were so much of an impact to public health, to mental health, all those things, that maybe there's a greater need than there was before, and this money can be invested to try and provide that enhanced service.
All right, thank you. All my questions.
Okay. I don't see any more questions, Lindsay. I have one quick one. So the city of Wichita is getting $75 million. Are they aware?
72.4.
Oh, I missed it. So are they in sync with some of this information? Are we talking? So
I have not spoken to them yet. Tom, I think you have.
Chairman, to your point, Mr. Layton and I have been talking about this for a couple of months, actually, once the announcement was made of this funding. We've also talked with private businesses and community regarding the need for cross communication on this so that we don't miss any gaps. So yes, we are in contact as the needs assessment rolls. I know Brent presented to a large group yesterday regarding the need to collaborate together on a needs assessment. So we will be having frequent conversations over the next couple of weeks regarding this.
Well, as we've said before, we have the luxury of gone through it before, and with O'Brien, I don't know what the city's plans are. They can do whatever they want, but it sure would seem community-wide if we're all going down the same path. So, okay. Commissioner
I
Lopez.
just had one more question about that. Does this allow us to do things jointly with, say, the city and do half and half, or is that allowed to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we would love to do that. Collaborate, partner. Maybe the state can do programs. Maybe the city can do programs. Absolutely, we want to try and do that.
And there also is a state partner too. The state's getting a lot of money, so we're you look at CARES and how we managed it and how fast it was. This time we want to be more thoughtful and have much better communications with state of Kansas as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see other questions. I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item L, consideration of a resolution to rescind resolution number 70-2021 regarding COVID-19 recommendations.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Justin Wagoner, Assistant County Counselor. I think I'll start off by mentioning that anything I'm going to talk about on this agenda item is dealing with recommendations in a resolution. There are not currently any public health orders by Dr. Menz, by the Board of County Commissioners, anything along those lines. We're talking only about recommendations. On March 24th, the Board of County Commissioners approved resolution number 70-2021, which strongly recommended a number of actions to be taken to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Included that people would get vaccinated against COVID-19 as soon as they would be eligible, that people would generally wear masks in public indoor spaces, people generally maintain social distancing, and the businesses and organizations would generally require individuals to wear masks and socially distance from one another. On May 13th, the CDC modified their guidance to indicate that when an individual is fully vaccinated, they could resume activities without wearing a mask or staying 6 feet apart even when indoors. There's some exceptions to that. I'm not going to get into all of the details, but the main exceptions to mention are they clarified that if there's federal, state, or local laws, rules, regulations, or workplace guidance that might apply, that their guidance wouldn't apply to that, and that whatever applicable laws or guidance for workplaces would otherwise apply. Also, they noted that correctional facilities, homeless shelters, travelers in planes, buses, trains, and other forms of public transportation, and folks in healthcare facilities wouldn't be subject to this guidance that they came up with. So those are exceptions to what they had in place. This item's in front of you today because Commissioner HOWELL requested a resolution for the board to consider on potentially rescinding resolution number 70-2021. The resolution that's been prepared would rescind that resolution. Again, it's recommendations that are made, so it wouldn't have any binding impact on the public or anyone, but it would certainly make that to where there's no longer that resolution on file. There'd no longer be any formal recommendations from the board in resolution format. And I think really there's 3 different options you can take on this. The first would be you could take no action, which would just mean that resolution number 70-2021 would remain in place for the 90 days from when it was adopted, which would actually expire on June 22nd. The second would be to approve the resolution to rescind. The third option would be to somehow amend resolution number 70-2021. There's all kinds of ways it could be amended, so that'd be up to the will of the board. Any action taken today would be by a simple majority vote. I'd be happy to stand for any questions. I would also mention that Dr. Menz is here. I believe he wanted to offer some comments, so if you don't have any questions for me, I'd be happy to let him speak. I would also be happy to turn it over for any comments that any of the commissioners may have.
Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you. Just real quickly, do we know what the Kansas Supreme Court has said about our building?
I might have Tanya come up and explain that. We had conversation with them on Monday. Tanya, do you want to summarize very quickly for the commission?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. We did hear from Ellen House, I want to say a day or 2 days ago, and they are not changing their practice. So they are continuing with asking and requiring masks in the courtrooms. And so from our standard, Chief Judge Gehring and Ellen House would like us to continue with requiring masks in the building and in the courtrooms. So our courthouse police will continue to require that as folks are coming in the building.
Did they say when they would be reevaluating that?
They did not say that in the email that I received from Ellen House that came from the Chief Judge, Supreme Court.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a number of comments and questions. I don't mind listening to the comments of Dr. Menz before I go into this, but with respect to the courthouse, I think it's like many other government buildings right now. And I look at Wichita and the city of Derby and other cities around the county. A lot of these places are actually referencing the county resolution that was passed 8 weeks ago today. And in that resolution, it says we strongly recommend continuing social distancing, wearing masks, and of course, getting vaccine. And other actions to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. But they reference that county document as a justification for a local order. Now, I don't know that, I guess one of my questions might be for Justin, is if we rescind this, let's say the city wants to continue to have restrictions on their own buildings, for example, under constitutional home rule in the state of Kansas, I assume that they still have the legal right to do that if they wanted to do so.
Yeah, Commissioner Howell, I think regardless of whether this resolution's in place, they could do that.
So if they wanted to restrict, say, public access to the city library, for example, or a city hall or a city courtroom, for example, they can do all those things.
Correct.
Okay. Again, so really, the point of this potential repeal today is just to remove Sedgwick County from the argument. Again, this doesn't really change what cities can do or what businesses can do. But rather than them referencing Sedgwick County as their justification for making these local policies, that's my concern. It was just 5 days ago the CDC made their changes, and I listened to an interview by Dr. Fauci himself, and he was very clear that someone who's been vaccinated, and again, in his own words, you can find this comments very readily. He said people who have been vaccinated and have gone 2 weeks past their their second or last vaccination for COVID-19, that they don't need to worry about them contracting or spreading the virus inside buildings. He wasn't even referencing outdoors, which we've talked about outdoors, different policy for outdoors versus indoors, but even Dr. Fauci said this. And the reality is, I think, that, back to the courthouse issue, this is the public's building. I appreciate the Supreme Court having some control over the floors where the public would access the court system. But this is a mixed-use building. It's not just a courthouse. And so with that in mind, I do think we ought to allow public to come in on the first floor and follow our guidelines. And if they want to access a court-related floor, there should be signage or requirements that they would potentially follow the court's orders on those floors, but it shouldn't come from Sedgwick County. So I think there needs to be some change here. And let me just say, with respect to one of the comments I received in a text just earlier today, I do think that the public has a right to access their county commission as well. They have a right to go to the county clerk's office or the county register of deeds office or the county treasurer's office, which are all in this building, and follow, if you will, the orders of Sedgwick County for this building. And I think that should include the chambers here in the county commission chambers, that if someone wants to come and speak to us face to face, it's time for us to move in that direction. Now, people say, well, how do you know if someone's been vaccinated? Again, the issue of vaccine passports has been hugely debated in the news, and I will stand on the side of trusting citizens to make the best choices for themselves, to be educated and mitigate these risks on their own. I think the government needs to trust our citizens. We should educate the public and expect them to do what they believe is best. I would continue to encourage vaccinations because I do believe that's best for the public. But whether someone chooses to be vaccinated or not is really not our business. The hospital status, I just looked at a minute ago, we haven't updated it since last week, but the status is still good. And if you want to go to our website, it's green check mark says it's good. The 14-day rolling average for cases is down to 33 cases per day. It was as high as almost 700 or 750 cases back in November per day. We're down to 33, and the rolling average for positivity testing is down to about 4%. It did go up above 5% for 7 days about 2 weeks ago, but it did come back down. At the end of the day, I don't have justification for us to actually have a health order at this point. And I would tell you that the CDC has been our guiding light this entire pandemic. This is their position. I don't know why we would, again, I don't know that I've liked everything the CDC has said from the very beginning, but there's lots of folks out there that have pushed the county towards more restrictive orders because of the CDC. Now suddenly, the CDC is less restrictive than us, and I think it's interesting how public opinion has changed, both for those that are against these health orders and those that are for health orders. It's interesting how that's happened. At the end of the day, I do think we need to let the data speak to us. We need to continue to educate our people, make sure we encourage them to get vaccinated, and make sure we provide that as easy as, as simply as possible, provide testing as we continue to do. But we have to trust our citizens. And for those that are concerned about public safety, about their own personal public health, again, if someone is vaccinated, they are essentially immune to the risks of COVID-19. Could they get sick? Yes, but they would be very minor symptoms if they get sick at all. Most people don't get sick after they've been vaccinated. And if they do get some type of if they do contract that in some way, it's usually very, very viral, a low viral load. And having said that, the risk of them spreading the virus or succumbing to significant health problems as a consequence of COVID-19 is virtually zero. And that's not me speaking. That's public health experts that say those types of things. And with that in mind, I do think that we have to cross this threshold at some point. I think this is a good day to do that. The CDC is actually ahead of us on this. I do trust our citizens. We do a good job of educating and providing mitigation things, but at the end of the day, we must trust our people. And if someone chooses not to be vaccinated, it doesn't hurt me because I have been vaccinated. I would encourage them to be vaccinated as well, but if they choose not to do that, they don't hurt me, whether they choose to wear a mask or don't wear a mask, or whether they choose to be vaccinated. That's more of a personal choice at this point, but it doesn't have any risk to me personally or my family because we've all been vaccinated. So I have more data I can share if it becomes interesting for this discussion, but I have lots of data that I can provide that I think that makes a very compelling argument that it's time for us to rescind this previous health order and just trust our people. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't have anything else to add.
Okay.
I believe Dr. Menz did, unless there are any other
Dr.
comments.
Menz? Dr. Menz, you have some comments? Good afternoon. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Harold Menz, Sedgwick County Local Health Officer, and I want to put emphasis on health officer. I want to give you a list of facts before I go into what my advice would be. At least 50% or greater of our Sedgwick County residents are not immune to this virus, either through natural infection or through vaccination. We're working on getting that number higher, but the number of people taking appointments has decreased, but we're still giving vaccine. And the individuals between ages of 12 and 15 just got the clearance to get the vaccine last week, so we're still working on that population. It's going to take a little time to get them worked through. We hope that more studies will come out and will allow us to give people younger than age 12 vaccine in the next few months. We don't know exactly when they'll be, but we hope that we can get that vaccination offered to them also. We're still having about 200 to 300 known cases per week in Sedgwick County. We still have patients in the ICUs. We still have patients on ventilators. We still have patients dying from COVID. It's not near as many as it was in November, thank goodness, largely due to the fact that people have been wearing masks and the vaccine has helped. Those are our two main tools right now to keep this thing under control. We have a number of patients who've had variants of this virus. Fortunately, the vaccine seems to be working well against the variants too so far. But we are monitoring that and see if new variants appear that are less susceptible to the immunity that's created by the vaccines or not. We're watching for that. Essentially, all the people in the hospitals now are unvaccinated. So the thing that's driving our hospitalizations right now is the population who decide not to get the vaccine or hasn't had access to the vaccine or for some other reason has not gotten the vaccination. It seems after the CDC's announcement that a number of our retail entities have stopped requiring masks in their facilities. We know that masks reduce the transmission of respiratory illnesses and viruses, witnessed not only by its effect on COVID, but also its effect on influenza this last season. This is the first time we've required masks through the influenza season. It's had a dramatic effect on the number of influenza cases we've seen. So we know the masks work. As has been stated, people who are vaccinated seem to be well protected from having severe illness. There have been some breakthroughs in Sedgwick County. Fortunately, most of the people have done well who have had a breakthrough, and that's mainly been seen in people who have advanced age or some type of immune suppression that probably makes them less responsive to the vaccine. But fortunately, that doesn't appear to be a major source of infection of others. And I would add that I am not aware of any serious complications from our population wearing masks, other than it's an inconvenience and an annoyance, but it has not caused any health problems that I'm aware of. Although kids seem to tolerate the virus fairly well, they don't seem to get the serious lung disease that adults do. We have seen cases in kids that are producing some other syndromes. Not all of them are completely benign. They're not life-threatening, but they have been serious in some cases. So with those facts, I'll express my opinion. The CDC addressed people who have been vaccinated. They did not address the unvaccinated population. The main tool our unvaccinated population has to keep from getting this disease is to continue the social distancing and the wearing of masks. I don't think our numbers of people who are protected from immunity is high enough now to just give up on the population that is not immune. I think there are a number of reasons people haven't got the vaccine. I think a number of people are still on the fence. A number of people have felt they want to see what happens to the early adopters of the vaccine. It's a new technique. We think it's a very safe vaccine, but some people are put off because of the fact it was a new method of coming up with the vaccine and it somehow involved nucleic acids, and that causes some apprehension in some people, and I think we want to wait and see what happened to those of us who got the vaccine early. I think there's other populations in our county who are hesitant to get the vaccination because in the past they don't feel like they could trust the government. They feel like things have been done that maybe was not in their best interest from a health point of view. And I think we're working on helping them realize that's not the case with this vaccine. And there's some people who are just can't get around to it or it's inconvenient or whatever, but we're still working, our health department's working hard to reach out to those people, educate them, to make it as easy as possible for them to get the vaccine. I sincerely believe our key to getting out of this is the vaccination. We all here have to do our part in getting the vaccination numbers up. And I look forward to today where it's high enough we can just dispense with all the social distancing and the mask wearing and all that, but we're not there yet. Since so many people are not immune in our population, I'm afraid the tendency of taking away the mask recommendation will lead to more cases because businesses have decided somehow that what the CDC translated and that they don't need to have any mask in their premises, which is not what the CDC said. They said if you're immune from vaccine, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. On the other hand, I think it makes it more convenient for the stores if everybody wears the mask, including the vaccinated people in their premises, because there's no way for the stores to know who's vaccinated and who's not. So it's easier for them to just say everybody that comes in wears a mask, because that way we're keeping those unvaccinated, those non-immune people somewhat protected. As a matter of fact, one of the better tools we have to keep from getting it. I think it also creates somewhat of a problem for the unvaccinated if the store says no masks are necessary and the vaccinated people are not wearing masks. Do I want to wear a mask and kind of stand out and make people wonder, well, why am I wearing a mask and all those other people aren't? Is it because they're vaccinated? Is it because I'm unvaccinated? So to me, the simple thing is the masks are not causing health problems. I would recommend everyone keep wearing masks when they're out in the public and they're in retail outlets, when they're at events, certainly when they're at home, certainly with their family, certainly with groups who are clearly vaccinated and immune. It's fine with me. So I have a little apprehension from a health point of view. I come here as your local health officer. I'm telling you what I think is best for the health of this population. And I'm speaking to you as the Board of Health. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Mintz, for being here today. I know you've
You're
had
welcome.
a challenging year, and I hope we all agree we're near the finish line one way or the other.
I hope so, and I think we are as close to the finish line as we've been in a long time. So I think if we can just get that vaccination number up, we will be there maybe in a few months, but we got a lot of work to do.
So it leads me to my first question, and I hate to ask you this, but let's try to figure out your opinion on this. What's the threshold of vaccination rate for Sedgwick County that you'd feel comfortable about crossing this threshold?
Well, let me rephrase it. I am comfortable to considering relaxing everything once I feel that everybody who has an opportunity to take the vaccine has decided to take it or not, and all the people, including those youngsters, have a vaccine that they are allowed to get. As long as those people are waiting in the wings, I think we got work to do. Now, I don't know the schedule of the lower age pediatric vaccines are, and I think I need to find out more about that to know how long that's going to take. I was glad to see that the 12 through 15 vaccine was approved pretty quickly, because they don't have to do as long as studies on these lower age groups because they already know the vaccine is very safe. So they're mainly trying to determine, is it effective? And that doesn't take as long to prove. So I think, like I said, we need to work hard in getting that vaccination number up. If we reach a point where there is no one signing up for the vaccine, the appointments are all empty, I would agree with you at that point. I guess we're just going to have to say they've made their decision, because we can't go on indefinitely for years.
Right.
I understand that. But I don't feel like everybody's had the opportunity to get the vaccine yet, either because it's not approved for them, or there's barriers that we need to own, in part, and talk to them about how we can remove those barriers for them. So that's not exactly what you want me to say. It's not exactly what you asked me. But that's my feeling. I would like everybody who's unvaccinated have the opportunity to get it, or at least have the best effort we can give to convince them it's a safe and effective vaccine. It's in their best interest to take it.
I have further comments and questions for you, Dr. Min, so if you'll stay at the podium, that's great. I do have a question for Mr. Manager. Unless Tim Kaufman's in the room. Either one of you could answer this question, but can you please discuss our capacity for providing vaccinations? Do we have vaccine we've turned away, we've not accepted? Do we have appointments that are not being filled because there's lack of people who are interested in receiving the vaccine? Is our mobile clinic still getting out, and is the performance of that providing vaccines through the community out and about, or is that also kind of declined? Can you please discuss those aspects of what we're doing here in Sedgwick County?
Yeah, while Tim's getting to the podium to more further address that, I will tell you we have tremendous capacity at the library that I don't think is being 100% utilized. I think we have plenty of vaccine. I don't know that we've turned any back yet. I know we had talked about that a few weeks ago, but I don't know we've actually done that.
The state has changed their model on it, and they no longer allocate, and we request. And so at this point in time, we have not requested any additional vaccine for the last 2 weeks because we still have an adequate supply, and because we do have a significant amount of capacity at the 223 South Main Clinic, and we are also continuing to conduct mobile clinics throughout the community, somewhere between 5 and 10 every week. And attendance is up and down. It kind of depends on where they're at. But we are continuing to offer as many different options to people as we can.
So just to be clear, then, the supply line of vaccine is not a concern of ours. We don't have a concern about that at all. We have essentially unlimited supply of vaccine. If we want more, we can get all we want.
I think that's accurate.
This may be a question for Dr. Menz. And I love talking with you, sir, because I like to learn some things, and I appreciate your opinion. So, you talked about 50% of our community is not immune. One thing that's I think is true, but again, we've had 47,868 positive cases in Sedgwick County, according to the dashboard today. And we vaccinated, from Sedgwick County, about 105,000 people fully vaccinated. And I don't think we track folks that basically receive a first vaccination from the county, but there's a number of people who have received the first. And I think the medical science tells you that majority of the protection for that person, it comes from the first dose, not the second gets you across that line, says you're fully vaccinated, but most of the work is done by the first. And we've administered from the county 216,000 doses of vaccine. I assume 216,000 includes both first and second dose. So I don't know that I agree with the 50% number, because there's another part of this that really isn't captured by any of their data. And that's people who had the virus. Again, there's lots of folks who were, and I think especially younger folks that were, they contracted the virus but were asymptomatic, and they were never tested. I also know people who actually did have symptoms, and they just chose not to be tested because they didn't want to be. And so there's a number of people out there that, since we don't do antibody testing, we don't really have a good sense of what the viral what the protection is from infection. We don't really know that number, do we?
No, and I'll make it more complicated for you.
Okay.
Some of the studies suggest that 30% of the people with COVID were asymptomatic. We don't know whether those people had invasion of their body by the virus or they were just carrying in their nasal airways. And we don't know if they're immune or not, because if it didn't invade their body, they're not immune. So you're right, that is a big unknown. But there is no way to get at that number. So I'm giving you the numbers we have. We right now are about 30% of fully vaccinated residents in Sedgwick County.
To your knowledge, those folks that are in the ICU that may be on a ventilator and possibly have died recently, do we have any data on whether any of those folks were vaccinated?
Like I said, they're all deny having the vaccine, almost all. I think I said that earlier.
Okay, good. So I think that, again, that should be our message from the county.
Right.
I've said this before from this bench, but I do
Right.
think that the public needs to know
Right.
that those that are in the hospital that are suffering from this virus and possibly going to die from this virus, they've made choices. I think we've offered the vaccine primarily to those that are vulnerable to this risk, and they've made choices not to be. In fact, I have a good friend right now that's actually in ICU. It sounds like he's going to recover, and I'm grateful for that. But I guess I just see this as very, very good evidence. And of course, the average number of days in the hospital is 13 days, ranging from 1 to 66 days. And I think if you looked at the average of 13 days, the cost of that probably is getting close to $100,000 per patient. It's pretty high.
Unfortunately, some of those 1 days were because they left on the way they didn't want to leave.
So again, that to me, if I was going to weigh my risks, again, I'm 57 years old. I'm a little overweight, and I think that I'm very likely to suffer from this in a way that maybe someone who's in their 20s or teens probably isn't. So I think for those folks that look like me or my age range or my demographic, if you will, they have a much higher risk of this than people who are very young.
They have a higher risk of the severe respiratory impairment and being on a ventilator. There are other syndromes that this virus is producing that, while not life-threatening, are certainly serious in some cases.
You can take one of those and pass it to the front there. I decided to do some work on some demographics of those who sadly have passed away from COVID. And I do think it's important for the public to know this. In Sedgwick County, of the 618 deaths in Sedgwick County, 453 of those were hospitalized, 165 of those were not hospitalized. Of those that succumbed to this virus, 242 of those were in adult care homes, and 376 were not. Now, the age range, I think, is very interesting to me. And again, the younger folks might actually contract this virus, but I think it's more likely they would be asymptomatic or have very mild symptoms, probably. And they're not the ones that I think are primarily not the ones in the hospital. They're primarily not the ones that are dying. In fact, the state of Kansas has, KDHE has very similar data to what I just handed out. And the entire state of Kansas has 0 deaths from the age of 10 to 17 for the entire state of Kansas. They had 1 death from 0 to 9. And that one, we don't know if they had, other issues that may have played into that as well. But this is Sedgwick County data, and I had to do a lot of work to figure this out, but I did finally figure it out. And you'll notice that of the population bands, there's 0 to 9, 10 to 17, 18 to 24, and 25 to 34. There were 0 deaths for that first range, 0 deaths for 10 to 17, 2 deaths for 18 to 24, and 1 death for 25 to 34. I consider it to be kind of, people who are pretty smart in this community, 34 years old, they make choices for their health. I think they understand what COVID's all about. We had 10 deaths from 35 to 44, and on it goes up. And I have basically a relevant population for each one of these age bands. It's interesting, those are 85 years old and above. We have roughly 10,000 residents in Sedgwick County, a 1.9% mortality rate from COVID, which is 217 people. That's pretty bad. And I tell you, anybody who's age 85 and above, if you're listening, please get the vaccine. You are very, very susceptible to this vaccine. It can kill you very easily.
Correct.
And if you go on down in range, though, let's say you go again back down to age 34 and below, the risk of death in Sedgwick County is very, very low. So again, I charted this out because I think it's interesting to see it this way. So with that in mind, I know the CDC may be recommending vaccines for people less than age 12 at some point. I expect that's coming at some point. I think you just alluded to that. For those ages 12 and above, again, I think those are ages in school age, public school age children. I don't know that I would say that the vaccine is necessarily going to significantly change their outcome. I mean, if they do get COVID, and most likely they will, and they get exposed to this, they will develop antibodies, which is, I think, very, very good for them if they have antibodies. But the risk of actual significant health problems or possibly death for that age range is practically 0.
May I interject?
Yes, sir, please.
I agree with you in terms of death. But as I alluded to, we're seeing other syndromes developing from infection with this virus, a virus we still don't understand very well. There's some preliminary data out that people who have gotten COVID even without getting respiratory or being hospitalized are having a higher incidence of diabetes. Don't understand that. We originally thought this was mainly an infection of the lungs, but now we're realizing we're seeing other organs who are having chronic effects, including mental effects. So I don't think it's a virus that I would recommend anybody play with if they can avoid it, because, yeah, particularly these young age ranges, I don't think you're going to be hospitalized. I don't think you're going on the ventilator. I don't think you're probably going to die. But I can't tell you won't have other complications because we're still learning about this thing.
Right.
It's a systemic illness.
I somewhat agree with your comments there. I do, again, I don't recommend this to anybody. I do recommend the vaccine, let's be clear. And I do think that for someone who's not been vaccinated, they should be personally responsible to mitigate these risks because they're educated on these risks. And it brings me to maybe my final point here. You know, the question is, how do we know who's been vaccinated? I think the reality is to have a policy, let's say for a store or for a government office, that says we're going to have a policy that everybody needs to wear a mask because we don't know who's been vaccinated. Understand, there's people there that have no risks. They don't need to wear a mask, and they don't want to wear a mask. And so the question is, if they want to access their government or engage this economy by spending money, it just seems weird to me that we would actually require someone to do something that frankly doesn't protect them because they're already protected.
And you may think I'm weird, but I am going to wear a mask regardless of what the CDC says, because I think the mask is pretty benign to me. Inconvenience. Occasionally I forget in the car and have to run back and get it. But that's not hurting me. And out of respect to those people who still haven't decided to get the vaccine, I'm going to do everything to make it comfortable for them to be in that space without feeling they're selected out because they've got a mask on, which means they didn't get the vaccine. It doesn't bother me. I just think that's a simple thing I can do so that they're not feeling isolated out. I don't see the mask as harming anybody.
And that's fine. If you feel comfortable doing that, that's fine. But it doesn't necessarily protect anybody by you wearing a mask, because I assume you've been vaccinated. Correct?
You're asking HIPAA information here?
No, sir. No, you don't have to answer that. Never mind. I assume you've been vaccinated. And again, I think that, again, even Dr. Fauci said, and I know he's been vaccinated because he videotaped it. But he said, basically this is just to encourage those around us to do this. But really, it doesn't add any protection for himself or others because he is immune and he's not going to get anyone else sick. So he actually, I think one of the arguments that the person that asked him the question talked about the word theater, and now that's been, Congress used that word as well. It's about the look. It's about showing people that we are still engaged in this battle, but it really doesn't provide additional protection. So that was what he said, and I thought it was interesting that he was pretty clear that, again, I think his motivation was if you differentiate in the community, those that don't need to wear masks and those that do, it's hopefully, in his opinion, it would encourage those that have not been vaccinated to become one of those that's immune by being vaccinated. And I think that was his motivation. Would you agree with that?
I'm not going to argue with Dr. Fauci, but I think there's an issue here of if an entity says no mask are required, I'm afraid those who are unvaccinated are going to feel odd if they're the only ones in the store with a mask on. So I think there's going to be a motivation for them not to put the mask on, which puts them at higher risk of getting it from the other unvaccinated people.
Well, Dr. Benz, you and I can agree to disagree on one thing, and that is I think that this issue of health is more than just physical. I think there's a lot of emotional health, there's fiscal health, there's economic health, there's a lot of other aspects here.
I agree.
And I think the reality is, as commissioners, we have to look at everything. And I think you are rightly focused on issue of physical health, but I think we're focused on some other things as well. But to the extent that we need to move forward, in my opinion, I like my motorcycle analogy. People say it's like a seatbelt. Actually, I think it's more like a motorcycle. I don't ride a motorcycle, but if I was going to ride one, I'd probably put a helmet on because I believe it would more likely protect me if I had an accident. If I was to have an accident, and you don't know if you will or you won't. But there's no helmet law in Kansas, and so some people out there make the choice to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. And I think to myself as I see them, I wish you'd put a helmet on because it's probably better for you. But honestly, if they choose to do it or not, it doesn't really impact me personally. It impacts them. They're making a choice for their own risk and their own freedom and their own responsibility, and they're going to stand by their decision no matter what happens. And so with that in mind, I don't know that it's the government's responsibility to police this or to enforce people who have no risk to wear masks when it doesn't provide additional protection. I think this comes down to the fact that we want to essentially because we don't know who's been vaccinated, we want to make a choice for everyone when it doesn't not necessarily make sense. And the reality is, some people out there will never be vaccinated, and they're gonna accept this risk regardless of what we do with policy. I just think, again, in my opinion, I think our numbers are much higher than 50%. But I think it's time for us to move forward and trust our people. And again, as a final comment, businesses and other governing bodies can do what they want with their space that they control. This is not telling them they can't do that. They can do it if they so choose. Just don't rely on Sedgwick County to be the basis for your policy. Thank you, Chairman.
And Mr. Howell, I will say that I understand what you're saying, and I too agree we're going to come to a point at some time where we just have to say you've had the opportunity. But the thing is, you can buy a helmet. There is no restriction on helmets. You can buy, anybody can buy a helmet. It's readily available. Not all of our population has had the chance to get this vaccine yet. And some of our population is still distrustful of government. And
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. I guess I would just like to bring this back to the mask recommendation to keep it or not. So, regardless of how private businesses want to handle business in their space, that's not what I think we're discussing at the moment. So, and I've heard multiple times up here that people are recommending the vaccine and they are recommending this and they're recommending that. Well, a recommendation isn't policing people, it's a recommendation. It isn't saying you have to do something, it's a recommendation. And I agree, we need to follow the CDC. We've said that the whole time. And they're saying they still recommend these things if you're not vaccinated. So I think we should continue to follow their guidance. They do have exceptions. Obviously, any kind of local or federal or state laws can be, that can go for whatever they're wanting it to go. But OSHA has also mentioned that everybody should, or employers should still have, if they have the mask mandate, it shouldn't be for one group or the other. It shouldn't be different. Everybody should still be wearing a mask, which is interesting that they are still there. I don't know if that's going to be changing anytime soon, but as of right now, that's what they're saying. So I would agree that we should follow with CDC and keep a recommendation in place if you are unvaccinated, and then to obviously recommend people get vaccinated. But I mean, if we can say it up here and it's fine, then we should be able to have it on a piece of paper and have people see that as well. I don't see the difference there. So thank you, Dr. Mintz, for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we had a healthy discussion here. So based on CDC's guidelines recently, which is kind of in conflict and confusing with the medical community somewhat, and I had asked Justin to honor what the CDC has done recently, and I do agree that our businesses they're in a trying time to determine what they want to do, and I want to respect the businesses. So I'm going to make a motion that we replace in Section 1, Resolution 70-2021 to read as follows. Section 1, the Board of County Commissioners, Sedgwick County, A, strongly recommend that individuals become vaccinated against COVID-19 as soon as they are eligible, consistent with CDC recommendations, and B, encourages businesses and organizations to determine in their best judgment whether to require individuals to wear masks or other face coverings and or to social distance from one another.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just saw this for the first time a moment ago, and first question I would have is, does this have an expiration date?
The original, we're replacing the section that had an expiration date of June 22nd.
Yeah, I think, Chairman, you're saying it would keep it in place through June 22nd. The Section 1 of the resolution that's already in place, the one that was approved March 24th, is just the part that includes the meat of the recommendations, really. So what the Chairman just read in his motion would just change that, but it would still be in effect for 90 days from March 24th. So it would expire. It would end on June 22nd.
I guess my thought would be, again, that's roughly a month from now. I guess I didn't look at the calendar, but it's roughly about a month from today. I guess I don't know that this is saving the world. This is just unnecessary. We advocated from the bench strongly, personally, please get vaccinated, please mitigate your own personal risks, and I trust you as our citizens to make the best choices for yourself. This resolution, frankly, is unnecessary. And I just think we need to move away from trying to control people, and we need to trust people. Let's educate them, make sure we continue to provide testing and access to the vaccine, encourage them to do that with our own words at the bench and any other way we possibly can. We're still advertising. I think that's still out there. But I don't know that this language makes me feel like we're doing something substantial. I make a substitute motion. We would approve the resolution that rescinds the public health order number 70-2021.
Okay, your substitute motion, is there a second? Is there a second? I don't see a second. So your substitute motion dies for lack of a second. And basically, I felt this, to do this because of the business world, but also to encourage, support the business world. But although other cities and other communities, they do have home rule and things like that, there is not one of them has a Board of Health. And if we simply ignored the resolution without codifying it, that we actually put in writing that we encourage vaccinations, there could be an assumption that Sedgwick County Board of Health thinks this is all over with. And I don't feel that way. You might, but it's not done yet. So therefore, that's why we did that. We do have a responsibility still as a Board of Health in this community. And so with the motion in the second, I don't see any other comments. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just clarify, again, I don't disagree with what this says. I just think it's unnecessary.
Okay.
And so again, I'm going to oppose this because I would rather see us rescind it and just do this without the formality. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Menz. I know it's been a lot of pressure, and probably between now and June 22nd, there'll be more CDC information and more. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item N, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting of May 13, 2021.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Joe Thomas, Purchasing Director. The regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts on May 13th resulted in 5 items. The first item is on-call support for SAP Business by Design and Implementation Services for the Enterprise Resource Planning Group. This recommendation is to accept the proposal from Phoenix Business Incorporated, doing business as Phoenix Business Consulting, in the amount of $587,550 for implementation cost, and establish contract pricing at the rates listed for a period that would end December 31st, 2026. Item number 2, custodial services for Sheriff's Office. This recommendation is to accept the proposal from EH Technical Solutions at the rate listed, and it would establish contract pricing for 1 year with 4 one-year options to renew. Item number 3 is custodial services for ComCare and Health Department. And this recommendation is to accept the proposal from Harris Dream Clean LLC at the rates listed and establish contract pricing for 1 year with 4 one-year options to renew. Item number 4, on-call moving and delivery services for facilities maintenance. The recommendation is to accept the bid from Thomas Transfer and Storage Company Incorporated, establish contract rates as listed for 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. And the final one, on-call translation services for various departments. I'm going to put this real close to me so I can read it, and I've recommended staff to add more carrots to their diet. But this recommendation is to accept the bids for the contractor rates listed above for 3 years with 2 one-year options to renew, and is for the following vendors: Monica C. Salmarin, DBA Foreign Language Interpreter Services Incorporated for items 1, 5, and 9. Interlingual Interpreting Services for items 1, 4, 8, and 12. HOLA Doctor Incorporated and Idea Language Services LLC, which is also known by Idea Translations, for items 2, 6, and 10. Avant Page Incorporated for items 3, 7, 11, and 13. Globo Language Solutions LLC for item 3. And Effective LLC for items 7, 11, and 13. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have, and I recommend approval of the items.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Is there any questions on any of these items as presented? I don't see any, Joe. So your group must be doing a pretty good job.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll make a motion to approve as presented. There's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Being none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz. Chairman Meitzner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item.
Consent agenda.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Stolz, County Manager's Office. Recommend approval of consent items N through T.
Okay, any questions? Consent items N through T. Commissioner Howell.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with N through T with the exception of Papa. I'd like to have a discussion about P. So I would move items N through T.
I'll second that. There's a motion and a second to approve consent items M through T with the exception of P as in Peter. I don't see other comments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz. Chairman Meitzner.
Aye. Item P, yes.
So, Chairman, this is an employee policy. Actually, it's a social media policy. It's not just for employees, it's also for the public. It establishes, if you will, standards by which we will, allow the county branding to be used, as well as not allowing county branding to be used in ways that are not authorized or sanctioned by the county. Furthermore, it also does establishes, if you will, some policy regarding the right for the county to establish, if you will, standards on our social media platforms, so that if there are comments that we feel are offensive to the county, we would hide those and possibly ask legal for interpretation, but we may not let those comments stand. And so my concern is this: I feel like I need some time to think about this one. I understand this complicates things because we have a similar policy in the fire district, but I'll just say this, that I did ask for a briefing on this yesterday, and I appreciate our staff did come and discuss this with me. I'm not so sure that I'm ready to move forward on this. If it's the will of the commission to move forward, that's totally fine. I may vote no. But I do think that when it gets into the First Amendment issues, I have concerns about essentially us policing or filtering comments from the public. I think the public has a right to share their thoughts. Again, there are some reasonable exceptions to that. If someone's threatening somebody, or if someone is slandering somebody with falsehoods, made up stories, things like that, I think there are reasons that some of that might need to be done. But with respect to foul language, for example, with respect to name calling, with respect to essentially, I consider these to be First Amendment issues. I don't know that we need to necessarily get involved at that level. So I'm a little concerned about what this is and where it's going. And I think that I'm not sure I'm ready to move forward today. So I don't know what to do with this right now. If someone wants to make a motion, we could either delay it a week or maybe a couple of weeks, maybe have some further discussion and thought on this, or possibly if other commissioners want to go forward, that's fine. I'll probably just vote no today. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz?
Thank you, Chairman. Could we just have a quick explanation for the public around where this originated from?
Sure. And Tanya will hit the podium while she's going up there. I will say that actually when I was deputy county manager, I asked for a social media policy from communications. So this is 5 years ago. We've been struggling with this. Social communications policies are complex. They are different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So we have been struggling with this. We actually had it ready to get in front of commission before the pandemic, and when the pandemic hit, we just kind of put it to the side, and now we're resurrecting, as we are a number of other county issues. Since we're a little bit past the pandemic, we can get back on those. So, Tanya, do you want to kind of talk about the process of this too and how it developed?
Sure. Tom, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. Tom is correct. The strategic communications team has been working on this policy for quite some time, and finally has been able to kind of put it into a policy form that looks good. We ran it through the leadership team and then also the policy review team, and it's taken some time. It's taken several iterations. And let me even back up before that. We even had a subcommittee that sat on the review of this that included elected officials and several other internally from the county to review this policy. So it's been a process. We looked at several other policies within governments kind of across the nation and also locally and in the state to put this policy together. And if I can, I would like to just address Commissioner Howell's comments on First Amendment. I will tell you that we are very sensitive to public comment and understanding First Amendment rights. In the commenting section of this policy, you'll see in item 3, it says the public is welcome to share opinions and feedback. But on item 5 is where we talk about the items that may be deleted or temporarily hidden, and our policy has been to temporarily hide those comments. And I want to speak to what those comments will entail that we will hide. So I think the first point really kind of speaks to what those comments are that we will consider hiding, and that contains obscene, profane, threatening, or harassing language, pictures, GIFs, and or videos. So I just want to express, I understand where Commissioner Howell is coming from on the First Amendment. We understand that. We want the public to participate in our social media platforms. And so as the public are participating, we encourage that. We like for the public to be part of the government process and understand what we're doing in the county. But at the same time, we are a professional organization and we do not want to see those comments. So if those comments do come through, we will hide those comments.
So just for clarity, this policy originated in the manager's office.
That's correct.
The need to look into this policy.
That's true, ma'am.
Okay.
And we initiated it. We're barraged all the time with best practices, and organizations, professional organizations need social media policies. So we're just trying to get up to speed with the rest of the country.
Okay. And then, Mr. Papoon, in your legal opinion, since you are our county counselor, does this violate any First Amendment rights of the citizens of Sedgwick County?
This Commissioner Cruz, Mike Papoon, County Counselor. This policy was reviewed by Michael Fessinger in our office, and he feels comfortable that we can work with this policy within the framework of the First Amendment. So.
Okay, thank you. With that, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the policy.
Okay. Agenda, it's consent item P.
Consent item P.
I'll second that. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So part of my concern here is item 5C, for example, contains personal attacks, hate speech, offensive comments that advocate unlawful discrimination on the basis of, and again, it has the civil rights classifications there, or other circumstance prohibited by federal, state, local law or regulation, including Title III, with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and it goes on and talks about contains obscene, profane, threatening, harassing language, pictures, GIFs, and or videos. I guess I'm concerned about, who is, what is offensive to, again, let me just talk, I don't know about YouTube. I assume YouTube and social and Twitter and Facebook, I think all three of those, maybe there's others, but I think those have age requirements for people to have an account to be able to see those comments, and I think it's at least 16 years old. I certainly don't want someone to be offended, and I certainly don't want to leave things on there, again, that I don't like, but I guess I'm willing to tolerate what I don't like because I believe in the First Amendment. And again, it says contains obscene. I don't know who's defining what obscene is. I can think of a lot of potential words that might be listed there, but I don't know what that means exactly. Profane. I don't know if that's just a synonym for obscene. I don't know what that means exactly. The reality is, I think that the application of this is where I'm concerned. And now I'm also concerned about potentially employees who are expressing their First Amendment rights against their employer. Now, why do I bring that up? Back in 2016, there were some budget challenges in 2016, and I remember very explicitly some of our employees in Sedgwick County that essentially talked pretty badly about their employer, Sedgwick County, and I didn't like it because my background is at Boeing and in the military. I wasn't allowed to talk bad about my employer, otherwise I wouldn't have a job. And so I kind of, reacted against these employees doing this, and I was informed by counsel, understand these folks have a First Amendment right, and they have the right to express their opinions, even though they're an employee. So again, if someone is sharing something that is, apparently, and this does get into this, it says if they're sharing something that is, it's on the backside here, confidential, proprietary information, or personally identifiable information as an employee, I think they can be disciplined for those things. I'm concerned about our employees being, not knowing exactly what those lines are. If they want to express that they're upset against their employer, I think they have a right to do that. And I go back to my 2016 learning I learned back then. So I don't know about the application of this. Maybe it's fine. I guess we'll find out. But I think taking a couple of weeks to look at this and maybe further define some things would have been a good choice. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and vote no on the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
I just want to clarify for social media, it's age 13, and if you're 10 or 11, all you have to do is change your age or the year you were born, and you're able to have an account. So, I mean, my kids are young, and they have friends who are 9, 10, and they have social media accounts, even though legally they should not. So it is very likely that we have some youngsters that see some of that.
Okay. Thanks for those comments. There's a motion and a second to approve consent item P. Being no other comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, next item, please.
Legislative issues.
Legislative. Do we have Mr. Akeem?
Hey, good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, afternoon now. Akeem Asher, Communications Director. I don't have much of an update. I did talk to Jason this morning before our BOCC meeting, and he said that we're basically waiting on the governor to either sign or allow bills to become law. So once we get an update, I'll definitely send you all an email and then provide you that information, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I don't see any questions. Do we recess to the fire agenda and then come back? Okay, we'll recess the Board of Commission meeting. We'll call to order the governing body of the Fire District Number 1. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call. Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Dennis? Present. Commissioner Howell?
Present.
Commissioner Cruz?
Present.
Chairman Meitzner?
Present. Next item, please.
Public agenda.
I don't believe we had anything that we received for public agenda, so there's nothing to approve or receive and file. So, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consideration of minutes. Item A, fire meeting minutes of May 5th, 2021.
Commissioners, you had a copy of the minutes of May 5th. Are there any questions or corrections or comments? Being none, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the May 5th Fire District meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, I don't see any comments. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent agenda.
Commissioners, Tom Stoles, County Manager, recommend approval of consent item B.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve consent item B.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Commissioner Howell.
Just, thank you, Chairman. Just so the public knows, this is the same item I voted against a moment ago on the regular agenda. So again, I'll be voting no again for the very same reasons, and I just want to explain that. Thank you, Chairman.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Chairman Meitzner?
Aye. Madam Clerk, next item. There's no, we have no other fire agenda, so we will return back to the Board Commission meeting. Next item.
Committee reports.
Does any commissioners have anything to report from the committees they serve on? I don't see any. Next item, please.
Other.
Does anybody have anything other? Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman. I have not said a lot today, so I could say something here. We have Gracia Burnham, who was kidnapped in 2001 and held captive in the Philippine jungle for over a year. She lives here. She will be speaking at New Destiny Church at 1200 North Waco, just down the street from this courthouse. It's a pretty inspiring story, and if you are available tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, please join us. This church is looking to raise money for their roof, and so this should be a pretty great event. I'm really looking forward to her speaking, and please join us to support the church roof. Thank you.
Yeah, quite a story. You mentioned that before, and I didn't connect with the name, but then I saw the book, and I said, that's the people. Yeah, the Philippines. You said it's an intriguing book, so I'm going to look forward to reading it.
Yeah, and also, if you have Netflix, there is an actual episode about this called, it's under Captive, and it's very captivating. It's an incredible story of hope and survival, and really very inspiring.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just first thing I'd say is I am planning to do an informal coffee once again, invite the public to come out and speak with me, ask me questions, or just get briefed from the county. If there's not sufficient questions, I just start talking about things that I think are important to the county business. But this will begin on May 28th, 7 to 9 a.m. at 1636 East Patriot Avenue in Derby. That's a gymnasium, and the entrance is on the east side. I'll put this on my social media so people can access this. If you have any questions, reach out to me by email or phone number, and I'd be glad to go over that again. These have been very, very good meetings. They're generally pretty well attended, and I appreciate the chance to do this once again. So that'll be this Friday, May 28th, I guess the end of next week. Second of all, I don't know what we should do here, but I do think, Mr. Manager, I would like to have a commission discussion regarding public access to this building. Again, I made my comments during the meeting today, but I would like to formally ask that we would essentially plod through that discussion and establish policy as commissioners or as a board. I think it's time. We had a lot of people in this room for the public rights, the zoning case today. I counted about 18 people in this room at that time. Again, the chairs are spaced out. I don't think anybody that is concerned about their personal health, that if they choose not to be vaccinated, that's their choice, I guess. But everyone has that chance. Everyone has that chance in Sedgwick County, at least the people who attend this meeting. So I think it's time for us to allow people back in here to speak to us in public comment. I think we need to do that. So I'll continue to advocate for that. But if you want to make that for a staff meeting, that'd be fine. Let's do that soon. And then finally, just let I guess my colleagues know that I've been focused on ethics policy. I did this back in 2018. Unfortunately, we didn't adopt what I thought was maybe the best policy. We do have a KCCA policy, and Commissioner Dennis worked on that as well. But there's no teeth in it. And so I'm looking at specifically, Wichita just passed an ethics policy. And although I appreciate their effort, I do think there's some better models of that ethics policy that we might want to look at. And Mr. Manager, I'll send this to you as well, but if you want to forward this to my colleagues, that'd be great. But the Wyandotte County ethics policy is tremendous. It is fantastic. And the Johnson County policy is pretty good. But I would like to take elements of those two policies and make a Sedgwick County policy. But with that, I think, again, now we're talking about budget requirements, budget needs. I would like to talk about possibly getting maybe a 1/2 FTE for someone we would deem as a ethics advisor for Sedgwick County. Let's invest in the culture of ethics, and that person could do coma and quora training. They could also answer questions for anybody that has questions. If there is complaints, they would be the first landing spot for complaints and how we process those. The Wyandotte County policy actually does set up an ethics board, which I like the way they do this. It's not set by the elected officials. It's set by, in their case, the HR director, the district attorney, and the chief judge of the county. They make 5 appointments to create an ethics panel. An ethics panel can be used for appeals past the ethics advisor, but also to investigate concerns of ethics by employees or by elected or by appointed officials. And so I think we ought to go down that path. I'm working on this personally, but I think before I go too far down that path, I would like to, again, I think we need to have a staff discussion about what do other commissioners think or want in this idea. But I do think personally that I think that a 1/2 FTE in the budget for someone who becomes an ethics advisor would be a very, very good policy for Sedgwick County. I think we desperately need that. And I'd like to ask for that consideration in our budget as we consider moving forward in the 22 budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Lopez?
I would just go ahead and agree. That's when I brought this up in the budget talks, is I agree we need to have a little bit more teeth in our ethics policy, as Jim said, or Commissioner Howell said. So if we could have a conversation around that in a staff meeting coming up, I know I would appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other comments under other, so thank you, Commissioners. It was a lengthy meeting today, and we will adjourn, and thanks the public for joining and watching. So we'll stand adjourned.